Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The proposed 5,600 worker man camp south of Cheyenne would be larger than 84 Wyoming towns. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that notices were mailed to more than 200 landowners, describing it as, quote, a secure, temporary workforce housing campus supporting large-scale infrastructure projects.
If you talk to people with Laramie County who are thinking about this, they're planning for it, they're seeing that, look, all these workers are coming and we need a place to put them. And in the words of one person I talked to, we need housing yesterday. You talk to the city and Mayor Collins told me, it's maybe not that urgent, but the people certainly are coming.
Notices were mailed March 25th to more than 200 landowners within a mile of the proposed man camp site. Some residents have reacted with alarm to the size and potential impacts of such a large man camp, including increased crime. New leads could help crack the 25-year-old murder of a Casper man who was beaten, run over, and left to die in a Wyoming roller skating rink parking lot. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the man's sister says, quote, Danny's death destroyed our family and somebody knows something.
Authorities say somebody has come forward with new information that they find promising. Danny's family has been devastated by his murder and the lack of answers, and you can't understate the generational trauma this family has suffered as a result of not having answers. The family's optimistic that finally this might be the break this case needed.
Ryan Cox, commander at the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, who also oversees the agency's cold case team, tells Cowboy State Daily that despite the years that have passed since he was killed, Danny's case is an open and active investigation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice. Save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brody Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage. Working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming U.S. Attorney Darren Smith is set for a U.S. Senate confirmation vote Monday as a controversy heats up over allegations that he prejudiced a grand jury. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 8 defendants are now challenging to dismiss their cases, including one for first-degree murder.
They're saying that Darren Smith, the top federal prosecutor for Wyoming, was calling defendants murderers, talking about the cases being slam dunks, saying they did what they're accused of. The prosecutor's office on Friday fired back, saying, okay, some of this commentary was ill-advised, but it's not so severe that it prejudiced these grand jury proceedings and sacrificed these cases.
President Trump nominated Smith, whose official confirmation vote is set for Monday in the U.S. Senate. After winter essentially didn't come to Wyoming, there are concerns that the 2026 fire season could be like 1988 all over again. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Greater Yellowstone Fire Action Network says it's spooky.
A lot of people are starting to say that a lot of the conditions that led up to that we're seeing again, and particularly after this winter. So you kind of have this perfect storm of all these beetle-killed trees everywhere and a winter that really wasn't a winter. And a lot of people are kind of gritting their teeth.
Back in the fall of 1988 was when Yellowstone National Park and the surrounding areas went up in flames. More than a third of the park, over 793,000 acres, became a hellscape, and in some nearby communities, the pall was so thick it was difficult to see across the street. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, there's like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Yeah, good Monday morning to you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And we got a great lineup for this May 11th. Happy belated Mother's Day. Stacy Koester will be here. She's the founder, president of WyoFind. That's the group that's behind missing persons on your coffee cup sleeve. Kind of conjuring, remember the milk carton effort in the 80s. David Roberts will drop in and we'll talk about the greatest issue facing our health, both the human health and the planet, microplastics. And what can we do about it? Representative Landon Brown was just on the show last week. We're going to get him on again today, and he'll explain why he's going to bow out of the race, not seek a 6th term. We'll also do a little bit of cattle market report. Crystal Merriam is here. She'll talk about her ministry effort in Sheridan. Amanda Brody joins the show. She's with PETA. And they'll talk about that sheep. There's one sheep who has claimed the town square of Jackson for its pasture. Yeah, that sheep I saw it yesterday, the sheep in Jackson. We'll talk with PETA, the latest from Amanda Brody. I think we've had Amanda on before. Julian Paredes will be on the show. We'll talk gas prices, and I'll try not to use Julian as the recipient of my angst over gas prices. He doesn't set the prices. He just explains why they go up and down. Well, mostly up, hardly ever down. Julian's with AAA. He'll be on the show as well. And some more guests that I'm leaving out. Just tons of guests. We got a lot to get to on this Monday. Here's the weather forecast. A little bit of a cold front coming this weekend, by the way, if you got anything planned. This past weekend was great. Upcoming weekend might be a little cooler. Today, though, pretty nice. Mostly sunny in Casper, highs in the mid-80s. Riverton, 88 degrees, clouds on the increase. Evanston, sunshine, 78. Green River, sunny, breezy, 84 today. Pinedale, mostly sunny and windy, highs in the upper 70s. Alpine, sunny, breezy, 87. That's got to be wrong. That's got to be a misprint. No way does Alpine get to 87. I think that should read 77. Yeah. DuBois, sunny, windy, 74. Jackson, sunny and 81 today. I don't think that's I don't know about that. Really? 81 on May 11th in Jackson? I'm thinking that can't be. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Well, confirmed by the National Weather Service. So hold on. That might be true of Alpine. That would be a record. I can almost guarantee that would break a record. If Alpine gets to 87 today, that will be the warmest May 11th they've ever had. I mean, I'm just calling it. Thermopolis, partly sunny, breezy, 88. In Thermop, Cody, partly sunny, breezy, 83. Buffalo, breezy but sunny, 81 today. Sheridan, you'll get to about 81 as well, burning off a few clouds by the afternoon. Gillette, mostly sunny, 82, 85 in Newcastle, plenty of sunshine. Sunny and hot in Torrington, I'll say 90 in Torrington. Wheatland, sunny, breezy, 87. Cheyenne, 82 under sunny skies, 76 in Laramie. And mostly sunny in Rawlins, highs in the upper 70s. Boy, tickling 90 in a couple of places. That's astounding. I mean, we're 11 days into May. Seriously, Wyoming for much of May is kind of dicey. I mean, there'll be nice days, sure, 70 sunny, and then it'll be, 45 and snowish. But 90? All right. Well, I'm glad Don Day's going to be on. Next hour, we'll talk about weather forecasting. That's that could be some records falling today, and I think tomorrow's going to be pretty nice. Tomorrow's going to be even warmer, I'm pretty sure. So hang on to your hats, or make sure you have your hat on. Stories I do want to get to today. Cape Meadows story about the giant man camp that if it comes into fruition at full build out for these data centers, a 5,600 worker man camp south of Cheyenne would automatically make it larger than 84 Wyoming towns. Notices were mailed to more than 200 landowners describing the property as, quote, secured temporary workforce housing campus supporting large-scale infrastructure projects. Yeah, this is going to be like a big old dorm. Hopefully with some stout razor wire around it. Not that I expect trouble from a man camp, but, the nature of people, the nature of mankind, especially male, you get more than 5,000 guys in one place and not a place they live. They have no investment to the community. They live in a little cubicle. They live in a little, here's your box, worker drone. Get out there, put your hard hat on, 7 a.m., go out and toil for 10 hours and then come home and then do it again tomorrow. The monotony of that, the fact that you have no buy-in to where you live, the job, I mean, it's just a recipe for alcohol and substance abuse, starting with that. One more reason not to like data centers. I don't want to get down on data centers. I mean, they're getting like this big black eye of late. Whatever the project, if we don't have the workforce currently in Wyoming to build whatever you're proposing, data center, a new Kmart, or a outdoor water park, if we don't have the workforce to build it for you and you want to bring it here, then I think that should be a serious question. That should be part of the mix. Saying that you're going to bring your own, where are you going, at least with this man camp, they're housing people. because they acknowledge there just isn't a workforce in Wyoming. There aren't enough people to go out there and swing a hammer, turn a wrench, and whatever else they need to build stuff. So they're going to bring them. And if you bring them, well, we got a housing issue like everywhere in the country. We have an affordable housing issue. So if you're going to bring your workforce, please house them. And this project will. So I guess that's the good thing. Iron Guard Housing applied to build a man camp on the prairie just outside of Cheyenne. And don't stop there. Within the razor wire walls, fences, build them a bar. They're going to need one of them. Build them a couple saloons, a grocery store, and a few other things so they never have to leave that area. Because the ingress, egress, the visitation to downtown Cheyenne, that's a lot of extra people, 5,600 people. I mean, compared to the current population of Cheyenne, it's just a percentage. But as Kate Meadows points out in this story, 5,600 workers, when this camp is full, would make it larger than 84 Wyoming towns and cities. And yeah, 5,000, most... I have my list of towns and cities. That's about kind of average for your small town. I guess you wouldn't be a city until you reach 10,000, I think, is what you need to be a city. I could be wrong about that. But towns, 5,600, that's like your average small town Wyoming. This man camp would be a town in and of itself. It would be its own town, its own zip code, etc. Mark Hines with a good story. Mark will be on tomorrow. Some claim Wyoming Game and Fish is to blame for the nosedive of trout fishing in Soda Lake. Soda Lake once fished legendary. Anglers in Soda Lake, that's in the Pinedale area. And it's currently in its like third year of demise. I mean, the fishing has just hit bottom. Nothing. Used to be, you could pull some whoppers out of that lake. Brook trout, brown trout, big fat fish back in the day. One guy named in the story, he said he started fishing Soda Lake in the early 80s, and it was probably one of the best lakes in the West at that time. 18-pound brown trout pulled out of there. Rumors of lunkers topping 20. But then the expansion of the wetlands began in 1988, and fishermen, anglers say that might have been great for the ducks and the geese and those who like the wetlands, the marsh, but it wrecked fishing. It came at the expense of fishing, say many fisher people. Game and Fish has not acknowledged they're to blame for the poor fishing now in Soda Lake and why that's crapped out. They say it's not the wetlands, it's just warming temperatures. After all, today in Pinedale, it's going to be, near 80 on May 11th. They say warming temps is got the water too warm and receding water volume. I mean, the lake is just shrinking. So, yeah, Soda Lake fishing, not so great. And it's been that way for over a decade. Game and Fish to blame, some say. Game and Fish says it's just natural evolution taking course. Andrew Rossi with a fantastic story about we got a truck for sale. Here's what the classified ads read. For sale, one used mini truck, never driven more than 2 miles an hour. 2. It's the ice cream man. Randy Morrison is selling his trucks. Been cruising through Casper, for a couple of decades. It's a 1991 Chevy P30. And maybe it was driven at more than 2 miles an hour as Randy Morrison drove to and from work. But when he was working, driving it through the neighborhoods of Casper, and the jingle came on and the kids come running with their ice cream cone money, this thing did 2 miles an hour tops and mostly idled in place. But he's getting out of the biz. He's selling the ice cream truck. It was just a side gig. And Morrison said he's done. So the truck's for sale. Not sure how many ice creams it comes with it. 2 interesting Wyoming wedding stories in the news today. We're going to have one wedding planner on. She was the one who devised the bride on the back of a snowmobile, and she fell off, flipped off the back. She did a pretty nice backflip. She was okay. And it made America's Funniest Videos. Submitted to America's Funniest Videos. They did use it. They had fun with it. Patricia was the wedding planner who come up with the shoot, the idea for the shoot. She'll be on the show later today. And then we also have the latest, which I have seen as a wedding DJ. I've seen this at weddings. A little miniature donkey named Miguel carries around beer during a cocktail hour. It's a great conversation starter. Says, who is behind this? I'm not sure who runs Miguel. Alex Van Gontard. It is pretty neat. I've seen it in Jackson. It's you can get it in Sheridan as well. I mean, imagine you're at an outdoor, presumably outdoor, hopefully outdoor, cocktail hour at the wedding, and then here comes this little miniature burro, this little donkey, and he's got he got his panniers, and they're full of iced down beer. And the donkey, he knows to stop and you reach in. It's pretty neat. It's definitely a novelty. 2 novelty wedding ideas here in May as we work our way into the wedding season. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Who's our first guest? Oh, Stacy is going to wait. Is going to be up next. Stacy Koester, I think it's Koester, will join us right after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always
be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back. Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Stacy joins it. Stacy Koester. Is it Koester?
Yeah, you actually said it right.
I took a shot. Stacy Koester, founder and president of WyoFind, taking action for the missing. It's a Wyoming-based nonprofit. This is the group behind the coffee cup sleeve. If you've seen that, it's making its way to a coffee shop near you, I'll tell you that. Stacy's been at it for a couple of years with this group, and it began with Irene Gakwa and that case, which Jen Coker has kept us up to date on that. It begins, I think this whole movement begins, Stacy, with the notion that people do not just vanish. It's just...
They don't.
It's vexing. Ugh.
Yeah. So, in a very, very rare case, like 1 in a billion, somebody will choose to disappear and they'll run to a different state and they don't tell anybody. That is extremely rare. So typically, if a person goes missing, somebody knows something, whether it be the person involved with them missing or that they shared with somebody that they were going somewhere.
Right. And this is the number one. I can think of two reasons why this coffee cup sleeve thing is so useful. One is the obvious. Someone knows something. And this could trigger. I don't want to belittle a missing person, but I had a missing dog once. And I put, I did a poster, like everybody does, and it's the same idea. Somebody sees something, and sure enough, that's what happened. Somebody saw that. They knew the person that had my dog, who, they were holding it for me, I guess. But yes, somebody knows something, 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degrees of separation. That's a good awareness campaign. I have to wonder how you thought of this idea. It's perfect. It reminds of the 1980s milk carton missing person. The coffee cup sleeve, genius.
So it wasn't me. I just want to put that crystal clear. WyoFind, we have a team. We have a board of directors. We all work together. Everything is done in collaboration all together. One of my team members had seen it and kind of mentioned, remember the face on the milk carton. And of course, I grew up in that era. Yeah. And so then we decided that it would be a good idea we took a vote on it. We moved into designing the stickers. I'm not sure how close you've looked at them. I do have some with me.
Yeah, and I'm sharing some now from the story. Buck and Brew is using them, and yeah, it's a great awareness campaign, and as nonprofits are probably always concerned with, probably not terribly expensive. Give me an idea of how easily you can do this. 1,000 sleeves, how much do they cost? And then the stickers, you slap them on, right?
Yep. So 1,000 sleeves with the stickers. This is like me totaling out everything. It costs roughly $78 per 1,000. The good thing is I personally have all the machines and stuff to make the stickers at home. And then WyoFind, we have a printer. So lately we have my personal printer and the WyoFind printer just running, printing the stickers. as you'll see, so these are in perfect circle. If you look on our Amazon wish list, about 2 to 3 weeks into this, we kind of went, oh my goodness, we're doing these at 2 inches. We can order the 2-inch stickers and take out the cutting time and process faster. And so, like I said, if you look at the Amazon wish list, there is just a 2-inch stickers. And so I can set those to print while I'm at work. Get a couple thousand printed while I'm at work. And then after work, like, Nikki and Ashley and Matt, who are on our team, they'll each take a box home and they'll work on it, and I'll work on one at home. And then we get together and we fill these awesome boxes, and we get them ready for shipment. And
Yeah, I like it. I want to know how, if our listeners, how the next coffee shop can get on board. We're going to let you know how you can be part of the effort. I also want to tell people what it is that, it's not just the coffee cup sleeves. Stacy Koester, founder, president of WyoFind, taking action for the missing. The main first and foremost is the coffee sleeve face, of the missing campaign. But Stacy, you are also take part in search and rescue efforts. You and your team, like, you hit boots on the ground. You sometimes go out there and beat the bushes looking for missing people.
yes, we do. So everybody in our team, everybody in our team is trained in different areas. Like me, I'm trained in backcountry search and rescue, partially trained in water rescue, as well as CPR and first aid. All of my team is trained in backcountry search and rescue. In an instance that a person goes missing and there is a need for a search, we're also trained in CalTopo mapping. I don't know if you know what that is. It's how we map out our searches. I'm also trained in the SAR protocols, so we can fill out our SAR form and plan out our search. So we literally do everything for the families. We are boots on the ground. We are media. We are the coffee sleeve campaign, which, that's our biggest thing right now. But ultimately, we are 100% family support at zero expense to the family.
Yeah, all the folks, Stacy and the people on her team, they don't take any money for this. This is volunteer stuff. They all have day jobs. Stacy's got the day job. This is just something that she started going back 2022. Tell me what got you started in this. This is a case that is just so perplexing, and it's so frustrating. The Irene Gakwa, she disappeared. She's got, as so often happens with the disappearances, there's a significant other is the first one we look at. And in this case, man, all the dots seem to be connected, but they're not. It's just a frustrating case, and Irene deserves better. How is this? What got started? Is this how WyoFind got going?
So yes, Irene's case officially started WyoFind. When Irene went missing, there was kind of just I won't say generic broadcast, but just a vague, have you seen her? If you saw this vehicle out in the country during this time, please contact law enforcement. But then you didn't hear anything more about it. My concern came from, look at the Gabby Petito case. Young white woman goes missing in Wyoming, didn't live here, nothing, was traveling through. And it was city to city and news. So we decided to jump in and, start doing our own media. We were able to get yard signs. We were able to, we worked directly with News Nation. That became our contact, and News Nation shared the story. Jen Coker, #1 supported news stories. I'm not sure if she shared her role in she had actually shown up for a search for Irene, and I said, "Are you going to join the search?" And she says, "Oh, I was just here to get some information." I said, "No, let's go."
Yeah.
And made her go on the search with us. But yeah, so some key significant things about Irene's case is her boyfriend gave the generic Lifetime movie network story. She decided to leave me a black SUV, or excuse me, a dark colored SUV rolled up. She had packed all her stuff into 2 garbage bags and just left with them. And I didn't know anything about it, didn't hear from her again. Though he never went looking for her, he never contacted law enforcement, and her phone was still with him. So was all of her financial, her debit card, her credit cards. No woman up and leaves and takes nothing with her. I mean, even if a woman is trying to get away from a bad situation, they may leave all their stuff, but they're not leaving their financial access.
Yeah. I mean, everything about it just seems so sketchy. But, whatever the circumstances surrounding a missing person, no 2 cases are the same. And that's why we need more and more groups like this, WyoFind, taking action for the missing. So how do you get involved with a case? There are some 73 missing persons right now, missing persons case. For anyone who's been missing more than a year, there's about 73 of those. So do you work with DCI? Do you work with or do people come to you and say, I really need help with this?
So it's kind of a mix and match. Like, we'll reach out to families. Recently, we had Dan Stroop, who was a previous detective here in Gillette, Wyoming. He was actually the previous detective on Irene's case. He is our newest board member. So he is our liaison between WyoFind and law enforcement. I will be 100% honest with you. One of the problems is passion compared to job. It is a police officer detective's job to do what they do, whereas for us it's a passion to help families. So that does kind of gets like when it makes it more personal, where I can tend to get a little heated or a little like not proper. And so now we have the resources to learn how to communicate more effectively with police, right, and work together much better. But families will reach out to us. I am also working on making contact on the older cases. The thing about our coffee sleeves is we do make sure we have permission from at least one family member. Because even though it's public knowledge, you still want to respect that family. And so we make sure we have permission from at least one family member or the law enforcement associated with the case. If somebody wants to have somebody put on these sleeves, they can go to our website, www.wyofind.org. Coffee shops can also go there. They can choose to have us send the coffee sleeves already pre-made. Some prefer to use their own coffee sleeves that have their logo on it and put the sticker on the other side. We're happy to just send the stickers as well.
Oh, that's a good idea. So have you found that coffee shop, now you're probably not going for the chain Starbucks, who, oh my goodness, they'd have to run it up the flagpole to headquarters. You're going for, really popular local kind of coffee shops. And there's plenty of those across the state.
And it doesn't just have to be popular. We're going for any of the local coffee shops. Because part of this is also to support our local communities. When it's not a corporate person, that sounds wrong. When a person goes missing, it's not going to be your corporate companies that care to put up the flyers or care to, go the extra mile for them, but it is your local coffee shops that not only will put up the flyers, they'll be the ones, hey, we have some people who can join you for a search.
Yeah. And you know what else, Stacy, I thought of is even if this person, whoever it is, person A, even if this person is never found or the case continues to be missing and unsolved for years and years, the fact that they're remembered, they're on this coffee cup sleeve and they're remembered. The family and friends of this person know that they're not forgotten. Somebody's still looking.
So I won't go into detail. I have personal experience with a missing person. I know what it is like to go to bed every single night and not know what happened. To spend your whole, like in my case, 30 years wondering. And I also know it's like when you realize people forgot and they don't care. And so that is my ultimate goal, is to make sure that nobody ever feels like their person is forgot. And, even I'm just a little drop in the ocean, but I'm that little drop and my team, we're all those little drops that make sure that families know they are important. They do matter. Their person matters. And one of the things you see a lot in missing person cases is there are several that are drug factored. So-and-so is a user, and so it's assumed they're on a bender, or at the end of the day, though, they're still a missing person and they needed to be treated as such. And so, I feel like WyoFind really kind of sets the different tone on that, because we don't care what their history is. We don't care if they've made mistakes. At the end of the day, they're a human being and they deserve, and their family deserves, the same as the Gabby Petito families. And don't get me wrong, I don't say that in a negative thing. I love what they did for Gabby. I love how quick they brought her home. I love how her brother Joseph has made a whole bunch of strides to help missing persons. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah.
So,
if every missing person case had the notoriety that one did, it would be hard to continue being missing, because everyone would know. Everybody'd be looking. Stacy Koester joins us. WyoFind. Learn more. Read the Wendy Core story about what she does. That's in the Cowboy State Daily. And then go look on the interwebs at WyoFind. WyoFind, taking action for the missing. WyoFind.org. Thanks, Stacy, for everything you do.
Thank you.
Little drop in the ocean, but lots of drops make high tide. That's what we're shooting for. Have a great day.
You too.
Wyoming is a place where people aren't afraid to get a little dirty and work a little harder to live the American dream. It's a place where neighbors still check on one another. Strangers greet you with a wave and a smile, and a random act of kindness is never out of the question. From the mountains full of elk, to the farmer's field full of pronghorn, to the streams teeming with cutthroat trout, we choose to live in the best place in America. And Cowboy State Daily covers all of it every day at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, well, I'm in a good mood because my hockey team won again. Montreal Canadiens. Anybody watching the hockey playoffs? Probably not. I went to a dance recital on Saturday. It was so good. I love dance as an art form. Obviously, I'm a DJ. So I love people who love to dance. That was fun. That was at Center for the Arts. Let's hit the Zoom room and see who's in there. I'm thinking it's going to be David Roberts, but we'll find out. Yeah, that looks like David. David Roberts joins us. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Good. But I'm probably got a brain full of microplastics. David Roberts, the founder of Mara Labs, microplastics are what we're going to talk about. You probably, I mean, it's in the headlines almost every day, every week, whether it's a beached whale with a belly full of plastics or recent evidence just not that long ago, finding microplastics in our brains. Like, it's everywhere. David Roberts possibly has a solution for it because the private sector enterprise moves faster than government. Government is finally addressing this, I think, slowly. Yes. But it's got the attention of RFK Jr., EPA's Lee Zeldin. The feds seem to be aware now that this could be a priority. This is this Chicken Little Sky is Falling, David, or are microplastics a real issue that we need to address?
No, I think it's definitely a real issue. In 2019, some Australian researchers estimated we take in a credit card size of microplastics every week, which seems a little high to me. But even if it's 10% of that, that's still a huge amount of microplastics we're taking in. And so the issue is that when we ingest those or breathe them in, they get into our systems and they get engulfed in these things called lysosomes, which are kind of the digestive centers of the cell. And the issue is those lysosomes can't digest the microplastics. And so they get backed up, much like food gets backed up into a kitchen sink, and so they get stopped up, and mess up the kind of the workings of the cell. And so that's an issue because the microplastics are porous, and they can have up to thousands of toxins inside those microplastics. And so when they get stopped up, those microplastics tend to leach these toxins, one of which is like BPA, which is a plasticizer, which makes the plastics less brittle. But that's an issue because the BPA is an endocrine disruptor and can basically it's a estrogen mimic, and so it looks like estrogen to the body. And so things like estrogen is a hormone, and hormones are signaling molecules in the body telling our bodies what to do when. And so things like women having irregular menstruation, girls having early puberty, boys having late puberty, and then in men, they can tend to decrease testosterone and decrease the quality and quantity of sperm. And so it can lead to infertility in a lot of people. And so it's a big issue.
David, that's scary. I mean, just plastics in your body shouldn't be there because it's a foreign thing. It's not an organic element. But to know that they can also take on the role of a bad actor at the cellular level, that's frightening. At BPA stuff, I think that's when we all became kind of aware of plastics, microplastics.
Yeah.
Before we get into possible solutions, because we don't want to just deliver fear without delivering relief, how are we getting the plastics in us? I mean, obviously, I'm thinking drinking, but even through the air, like what are ways microplastics are getting into us?
Over 60% of the microplastics we take in come from our indoor air. And so the best way to deal with that is, let's see, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry,
yeah, we're good.
The best way to deal with that is to sleep with a HEPA filter in the room where you sleep in. And so, HEPA, that would get rid of those microplastics in the air. But you're right, like drinking water is a big issue. And so I always say having a reverse osmosis filter, at least on your kitchen sink where you get your drinking water, but you can also have it on your whole house. And then things like, I mean, probably one of the easiest things is getting rid of all your plastic food containers. And so a lot of people typically reheat food and leftovers or even TV dinners or something like that in the microwave, and that leaches up to 1 million to 100 million microplastics each time. So it's a huge thing to actually not do that. So taking those plastic food containers and swapping them out with glass, or even if you want to heat your food in the oven, you can do metal, ceramic even. And so those are some things you can do to really make a big difference.
I mean, contact with plastics today is just unavoidable. Plastics are cheap. They're everywhere. Containers, we know what they do to the environment, or we've heard this environmental issue. It's also a health issue for us. Microplastics in our body is becoming more and more the bulb is going off. RFK Jr., EPA's Lee Zeldin, like we said, they've declared a war on microplastics in drinking water. That's all good news, recognizing microplastics as an enemy. But that for many of us, the damage is done. We're walking around with a whole mess of microplastics in us. David, what can we do? And I want to talk about, you've taken it to the science level, man. You're going in the science room and you're offering a chance for people to kind of detox that microplastics out of themselves.
Yeah. So last June, a researcher out of North Dakota, John Budvig, was able to take our unbeknownst to us, take our supplement, which is called Broc Elite. It's the good molecule in broccoli called sulforaphane. And we have one of two in the world stabilized forms of it. And basically, he showed that he could mobilize microplastics in his body for excretion. So this is the first time ever that was shown. He later did a follow-up study showing that it basically excretes out of in your poop, basically in feces. And so nobody's shown that before. It's a big issue. It's an amazing discovery he did. And so basically. What that does, our supplement called Broccoli, and you can find it on mara-labs.com/plastic. Basically, we have a microplastics detox bundle there and a 7-day microplastics detox protocol with a lot of information about how to mitigate microplastics as well as how to get rid of them. But basically, he showed that the lysosomes, those vesicles that engulf the microplastics in your cells, those get dissolved. and they release the microplastics so that they can be excreted. And so that's a big deal. And he's a lysosome expert and was able to show this for the first time ever.
Learn more, get on the internet. Mara Labs, that's Mara, M-A-R-A dash or hyphen labs.com, and see, look into the bundle, this detox bundle, broccoli. David, you had me at, something that has the benefits of broccoli, but I don't have to eat broccoli. I'm all in.
Yes. And so we, for your listeners, we're offering up to 28% discount. And yeah, it's mara-labs.com/plastic. And yeah, with every purchase, you'll get this 7-day microplastics detox protocol for free. So hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Thanks for coming on and alerting us to the issue and offering a solution, a cure, at least something that gives us a fighting chance. Microplastics, man. See it everywhere. Thanks, David.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You bet. You too. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Monday. Yeah, I'm concerned definitely about microplastics. I see it all the time, like in the ocean for sure. There's those are like macroplastics, plastics floating around in the ocean. I'm not surprised that we're now at this point where we're all walking around with plastic in us. It's inevitable from the air, from the food, water. Everything comes in plastic. And I can't do broccoli, man. If broccoli came in a pill form, yeah, I could do that. David Roberts on the show. Coming up next hour, we got a lot of fun stuff. Landon Brown will be here. He says now he will not run for another term, and he'll tell us why not. We'll also get with longtime rancher Mike Eisele, Laramie County rancher, former president of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. And he'll talk about recent news regarding the Department of Justice looking into meat packers, meat processors, a little potential monopoly going on there. I mean, there's only 4 major, one of them being Tyson. Does that create a monopolistic environment? Department of Justice, DOJ, is looking into it, and I'm sure Mark would say, hey, man, that's been a monopoly for a long time. Ranchers have been asking the government to get involved for a long time on the issue of processing cattle to turn it into your steak and your hamburger. Also coming up next hour, Crystal Merriam, and I'm so excited about what she has put in place. I think in the Sheridan area, Lanyap is a ministry, Lanyap Center. It's a workforce community development nonprofit ministry. They're all rolled into one. And basically it's teaching, life skills and real skills for people who, low-income parents or people a little down and out that want to work but need to be trained up in a job somehow. It's a pretty neat effort. Crystal will be on next hour, and we'll discuss that. Also, I can't wait to talk to the AAA guy to try to get some kind of understanding of why gas prices shoot up so fast, but don't come down near as fast. And they may be spiking again because a recent meeting between President Trump and I think Netanyahu, those two got together and they both said the Iranian conflict is not over. If you call it a war or whatever you call it, they both said it is not over. Even though, every other day the White House says, okay, we got a ceasefire, or the end is in sight, or it's over, the strait's open. And then the next day, a different story. And speaking of Trump, a recent survey found 1 in 4 Americans believe assassinations attempts on President Trump were faked, including the latest at the Correspondents' Dinner. 25% of us, 1 in 4, think these events were shenanigans that were faked. That's for me, that's surprisingly high, and it's given the government a lot of credit that they could pull off like a fake assassination. All right, we're out of time. We got to get to news. Thanks for making us a part of your Monday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The proposed 5,600 worker man camp south of Cheyenne would be larger than 84 Wyoming towns. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that notices were mailed to more than 200 landowners, describing it as, quote, a secure, temporary workforce housing campus supporting large-scale infrastructure projects.
If you talk to people with Laramie County who are thinking about this, they're planning for it, they're seeing that, look, all these workers are coming and we need a place to put them. And in the words of one person I talked to, we need housing yesterday. You talk to the city and Mayor Collins told me, it's maybe not that urgent, but the people certainly are coming.
Notices were mailed March 25th to more than 200 landowners within a mile of the proposed man camp site. Some residents have reacted with alarm to the size and potential impacts of such a large man camp, including increased crime. New leads could help crack the 25-year-old murder of a Casper man who was beaten, run over, and left to die in a Wyoming roller skating rink parking lot. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the man's sister says, quote, Danny's death destroyed our family and somebody knows something.
Authorities say somebody has come forward with new information that they find promising. Danny's family has been devastated by his murder and the lack of answers, and you can't understate the generational trauma this family has suffered as a result of not having answers. The family's optimistic that finally this might be the break this case needed.
Ryan Cox, commander at the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, who also oversees the agency's cold case team, tells Cowboy State Daily that despite the years that have passed since he was killed, Danny's case is an open and active investigation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice. Save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brody Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage. Working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming U.S. Attorney Darren Smith is set for a U.S. Senate confirmation vote Monday as a controversy heats up over allegations that he prejudiced a grand jury. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 8 defendants are now challenging to dismiss their cases, including one for first-degree murder.
They're saying that Darren Smith, the top federal prosecutor for Wyoming, was calling defendants murderers, talking about the cases being slam dunks, saying they did what they're accused of. The prosecutor's office on Friday fired back, saying, okay, some of this commentary was ill-advised, but it's not so severe that it prejudiced these grand jury proceedings and sacrificed these cases.
President Trump nominated Smith, whose official confirmation vote is set for Monday in the U.S. Senate. After winter essentially didn't come to Wyoming, there are concerns that the 2026 fire season could be like 1988 all over again. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Greater Yellowstone Fire Action Network says it's spooky.
A lot of people are starting to say that a lot of the conditions that led up to that we're seeing again, particularly after this winter. So you kind of have this perfect storm of all these beetle-killed trees everywhere and a winter that really wasn't a winter. A lot of people are kind of gritting their teeth.
Back in the fall of 1988 was when Yellowstone National Park and the surrounding areas went up in flames. More than a third of the park, over 793,000 acres, became a hellscape, and in some nearby communities, the pall was so thick it was difficult to see across the street. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
All right, we're back on a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Representative Landon Brown joins us, and you won't have him to kick around anymore, I guess. Great to see you, Representative Brown. We just had you on the show last week, so I guess after, it must have been such an experience for you that was the final straw. I don't know.
What can I say, Jake? You're one of a kind.
Oh, man. I hate to be the one who's, turned you against the idea you would run for a sixth term. He's been there. He's been representing you folks in the House for almost a decade now, and made the announcement late last week that he will not seek that sixth term. Give me an idea of the timing. These things don't often hit you like overnight. You had to be contemplating it. I think even during that run against Eisele Brown, and we'll talk about that, that you won by like 17 votes, and that campaign got a little nasty. I think you said then that would be your last term. So I don't know how long you've been thinking about it and what really tipped it to make the announcement.
Oh, you're exactly right, Jake. And truth be told, I was not planning on running for this seat again for a sixth term after the last election. One of the things that I think is critically important is to recognize when your time is done. And I've done some really good work, and I'm really proud of the work that I've done over the past 10 years. And after that last election, that was a brutal campaign season. And, I'm looking forward to being able to go out and hit the links a little bit and work on that golf swing this year, as opposed to being out on the campaign doors, knocking and doing that kind of stuff. But, I had thrown all my signs away. I had gone out and I had taken what little money I had left over from my campaign, and I had donated it to our 4-H kids, FFA kids at their auction 2 years ago. I was done and over with it. So the only reason that I decided to step back in is I kind of had a plan. And I think the age-old adage of, if you want to make God laugh, just make plans. That's exactly what happened. And I had made a plan, and I had a situation that unfolded. And unfortunately, that situation just kind of fell apart. So put my name back out there. And the more and more that we got to going down this road, it just didn't feel right, didn't look right. But the biggest thing that changed is I had an opportunity present itself at the very beginning of May. It's a professional opportunity for me, personal opportunity for me that I just can't turn up. And so I definitely need to make sure that all my focus and attention is on that.
Representative Landon Brown joins us. He will not seek a sixth term, announced that Friday. It's funny. We've probably all been guilty of saying, here's how I want it to go, Lord, and make this happen. And then doors open, doors close, things happen. And you need to be aware and you need to be listening. So I'm glad you were. And you're heading for a new direction. You can't tell us anything about what this business opportunity might be?
I can't go into too many details, but it is a local business here in Cheyenne, locally family-owned business that we're still in negotiations. And so through that process, just to make sure that we don't screw anything up as we're going through those negotiations, can't really release too much information.
Yeah, so you've got a pull is to get out, and you also have the push, which is being a legislator nowadays. My goodness, the campaign can get, sometimes, and after the last one you had, I could see, but even the job, Representative Brown, it's not fun anymore, I would think. It's hard being a legislator.
Yeah, you're exactly right. 10 years when I got in, there used to be a sense of camaraderie. There used to be a sense of ownership of the state, that everybody was there to do the right thing. There wasn't a bunch of name calling and anger and angst against one another. Even the people that we adamantly disagreed with, we'd still go sit down and have dinner with that following night. And it was I can remember numerous of those colleagues of mine that are either still in or have since left, and we're best friends now. I can tell you that sense of camaraderie is just not there anymore. And to your point, what you said is exactly right. It's just not fun anymore. And I'll be honest with you. I think the lack of respect for the work that is done by politicians. I think the term politicians is so derogatory now.
Yeah.
And, it's tough work. It's a lot of work. I clocked my hours about 3 years ago. I clocked out how many hours I actually spent doing the job. And 3 years ago, it was just underneath 2,000 hours, which is a full-time job. So if you're doing your job right with this job, it's a lot of work.
It takes you away from home. It takes you away from family, keeps you off the golf course. That's for sure. It is. It's a lot of work. And then you don't need a crystal ball. You need what's the kind of ball that looks back in time at that last campaign. Now, I think, I don't know where you've left things with XC Brown, but the Brown v. Brown last time around got his probably as nasty mudslinging as any campaign does now. And looking at something like that, you probably think, I just don't have that in me again, maybe.
And the thing is I prided myself at all 5 campaigns that I won. I went 5 for 5 and across the board. I focused on me, Jake. I think that's the biggest thing. The other people that I ran against all 5 times, I think I only had four that were actually contested. I had one that I was uncontested, but 4 out of the 5 times, everybody else focused on me too. And they focused on throwing mud. They focused on, going against me and telling everybody what I was doing wrong. And, 5 for 5, I came out on top. And I think I would have come out on top on this one as well. Thinking on that same exact, frame of mind, is focusing on me and what I'm doing. He's not my opponent anymore. So I can't even say that. The opponent that is out there right now is definitely out there focusing on, what I was doing wrong and sending out mailers on stuff that was 4 and 5 years old to get people scared and riled up. That's just not the way I do business. And that's not the way I don't think that most of the people in Wyoming want business to be done.
Shaping up maybe to be another ugly race against XC Brown. So we're talking to Representative Landon Brown. Timing of your announcement last Friday. There's still days left before the filing deadline, which I don't know when it is, coming up here pretty quick. But you've left room for somebody to jump in if they hear that Landon's out.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that was the biggest portion is, we've had a couple of people that have come and talked to me personally and said, hey, I'd be interested in running, but I don't want to run against you. I don't want to split the vote. I think you do a great job representing us. If you ever leave, here's what's happening. So there are a few people that are in the works right now trying to talk with their loved ones to see if it's something they want to do, trying to work with their job. I think that's another important piece of this is, we're citizen legislature. A lot of the people that are in these roles have full-time, daytime jobs. And, it's tough to step away for 60 and 30 days every single year to go serve the state. So luckily for me, my employers have been overly accepting and overly encouraging to service of the state. And so I'm hoping that some of these people can put their hat in the ring and see if they can get out there and try to keep that balanced approach as opposed to the Freedom Caucus approach for the legislature for House District 9.
Just a couple of more things. Representative Landon Brown is with us. Anything you feel if something gnaws at you that you left undone, whether it's childhood literacy that's been important to you, WYDOT funding, anything that makes you think, I wish maybe should stick around to see this through, or you feel pretty good you've left things in a good spot?
I think we're still working on it really well. And I think it's important for everybody to hear too. We've still got, about 7 months worth of my term left. And the Joint Transportation Committee is still working on WYDOT funding. I'd say that's the one thing that is just not tightened up, not sealed up. This year, I'm really proud of the work that the Education Committee did underneath Chairman Andrews' prerogative to get that K through 12 literacy bill through. I have goosebumps just sitting here saying it again. The fact that we got it through and we actually have movement forward on literacy in the state is huge. A couple of the other things, I had my Aaron Booker cancer screening bill that went through. That was a huge, huge accomplishment to get through in a budget session. Massive protection for our firefighters across the state. I even took heat for that. I mean, that's just how ridiculous it's gotten in the politics world is you do something good for one set of people and you didn't do something good for the other set of people. So automatically you're a bad guy. And it's just like, I think it's time for me to ride off into the sunset and hope that somebody else can take the reins. And that horse is, it's chomping and ready to go.
Yeah. And as a member of the House that is not in lockstep with the Freedom Caucus, it's you're butting your head against that group a lot, I would imagine. And that's how I think I'll remember Representative Landon Brown. How would you like to be remembered? I'll remember a guy who was a balanced legislator.
I appreciate that, Jake. Thank you. I would like to say the same thing. I think that there's a very, very strong desire to see Wyoming win in me. And I think that's what it boils down to. Whether that's seen as a Democrat or a Republican policy standpoint, I don't really care. I certainly align with a lot more of the Reagan-esque Republican values, the old school big tent values that the Republican Party espouses. Today's Republican Party is not one that represents me. So it's pretty tough. But yeah, on the other side, I was able to reach across the aisle and work with the Freedom Caucus members when it really meant the most. And a good example of that was this year on a bill for stalking. And we had a really, really poorly written bill that Representative Jamie Lean out of Casper came and worked with me. I voted against it on introduction because they just were not typically used to working with us. And so I didn't see a value of voting for a bill that they weren't going to work with us on. She came to me after committee, saw that I had some valid points, worked with me, and we got a really good bill passed. So I can't say that all the Freedom Caucus are the same way, that they just won't work with you, because clearly Representative Lean did a fantastic job putting together a really good piece of legislation.
Well, we appreciate everything you've done in the 5 terms. Still to do, 7 months remaining in this one, as Representative Brown points out. And enjoy time away from that gig, time away from Cheyenne, at least in the capital. And don't be a stranger. You got to come out. You are now a doubly useful guest, because you'll no longer be in that grind, and you can speak even more freely.
Absolutely. Jake, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
All right. We'll be right back with Don Day and a weather forecast.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the weather.
It's actually a combination of 2 different weather systems that are going to collide.
Politics.
From January to May, the registration numbers in the Wyoming Democratic Party have shrunk.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
Agriculture.
This act is about making clear whether protein that you buy at the store is from an actual animal.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, how was that Mother's Day yesterday? Hopefully you remembered. And if you're a mom, happy Mother's Day. 24-hour delay. Next up is Father's Day. And in the progression of weather forecasting, if it's 80 degrees or more, 80-something, on the day after Mother's Day in Wyoming, then what is it going to be for Father's Day? 110? And then 4th of July. We'll reach the boiling point by the time we get to 4th of July. We have left no margin for, we've left no headroom. Let's talk to the guy who makes weather. His name's Don Day, and the day weather forecast. Don, I'm pretty sure your weather forecast that I'm reading in the Cowboy State Daily has a few typos. I'm going to fix that for you. 90 in Torrington, 87 in Elp. It's May 11th.
It snowed last week, Jake. It's May. You know what? May is like, I call it the teenager month. It's moody and unpredictable.
And sassy.
Sassy. There you go.
It talks back. I mean, yeah, I get that. Fluctuating between, 45 degrees for a high or 65 for a high. But you shoot right, Ted. 90. And what kind of margin for comfort level have we left for what's it going to be in Torrington for the 4th of July? 160?
No, 4th of July, it'll be 30 and snowing.
Probably. I mean, I don't know what to make of weather.
So let me try to help you out here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all about air masses and where they come from.
Yeah.
So when you're in the spring transition, you're still fighting the colder air to the north, which is what was here last week. But at the same time, in May, that sun is out and that sun angle is high in the deserts. So, if you switch the wind direction aloft, if you change air masses, this time of year, you can go from a Canadian air mass to a desert air mass. That's exactly what's going on right now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, when you think about it, like these air masses already exist. It's not like we're manufacturing them in May. There's one that's really warm and there's one that's colder, and it depends which one gets invited to the party, which is Wyoming. All right.
And as I remind folks all the time, we're mid-latitude. We're exactly halfway between the North Pole and the equator. So you're in this battle zone constantly to where these air masses can really flip on you.
Very interesting. And plus the sun angle, the sun's out like forever in Alaska, in Barrow, Alaska, which has a new name now. But they're not going to see a sunset for another 3 months.
There you go.
Or something. Yeah, it's the midnight sun. It's like all day, all the time up there in Alaska. We don't have that in Wyoming. We'll actually have the sunset. But yeah, warm today. Don, I got to think some records may fall for May 11th. Record highs.
I don't know.
No?
Don't know about that. Not sure.
Okay. Today, tomorrow, certainly warm. Possible cold front coming this weekend.
Like I said, an angry teenager, you know, so Sunday into Monday could be quite a bit colder.
Ooh. All right. Well, that's pretty good. I can't believe like upper 80s, near 90. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Don Day of the day weather forecast. That seems unusually warm to me, but every time I think weather is unusual, Don will say, it's all average. It averages out. He says I misremember weather. Maybe, but I don't ever remember 87 degrees in Alpine on May 11th. No. That's got to be a record. All right, let's get right back to the Zoom room and pick up our discussion. It's too hot to punch cows, that's for sure. Let's talk about, the cattle industry, stock growers. Mark Eisele is with us, Laramie County rancher, former president of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, longtime voice on Wyoming livestock cattle market issues. The issues we're going to talk about today is that Department of Justice, DOJ, said they're looking into possible collusion, monopoly with the big four meat processing plants. Ranchers have been saying that forever. Somebody ought to look into this. It's about time, huh?
Yeah, it sure is. The reality is NCBA, National Cattlemen's, asked for looking into this, looked for a launch of the investigation over 6 years ago. We asked for an update. And this is the first time since that was launched that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has actually given us some updates as to what's going on. And that's what we asked for. There was such concern during COVID when they were the meatpacking sector was making a ton of money. The reality was they just couldn't process the cattle. They just didn't have the ability to do it. And with people getting sick, that made it worse. So people weren't getting any bids on their cattle in the pens. And so it was grinding to a halt. NCBA stepped in to help them and get the government to help them with personal protective equipment, and so that their folks could work unharmed, without the fear or the danger of getting sick. So we caught some heat for that. But the reality is, if those plants aren't moving, we had no place to go with the cattle. And that's why those bids were slow in coming and low. Well, the tables have turned now. They're losing, depending on who you talk to, $300 to $700 a head on every one they process. So what is going on? That's what we want to know. Is, when you've got 80% of the market, or maybe a little more controlled by the big four, you got to wonder what's going on. Unfortunately, that's the way it's been through over 100 years of meat packing, clear back to the days of the Chicago packing yards and stockyards. So, this is the first time we've had a chance to have some insight.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the ranching industry, the beef industry, there's so many challenges to that gig. And this guy still does it with the King Ranch. I want to talk about that family-operated ranch outside of Cheyenne. Weather is, the most unpredictable thing. A rancher just wants a little bit of predictability, man. And when things are should be so positive for beef producers, like We see what a steak costs at the grocery store or in the restaurant. Life must be good when you're a rancher, but not necessarily so. You get down to this choke point that is processing. And for a long time, I guess it's been that way. What is it doing? Is it just if life would be much better if only you had more choices when it come to where you're going to ship your cattle off to?
Well, one thing that both our state association and the Wyoming Stock Growers and the National Cattlemen's and most state associations around the country have wanted was the ability to make access more available to the state held. State overseen inspected meat packing, smaller intermediate and small packing houses to pick up the slack, give some competition, and because it's a very expensive operation to run, the packing plant. So one of the things that NCBA was really big at doing, we made sure that there was some grants available, some small business loans available, and some things to help move that thing forward, to help get a bunch of those plants done. And it would have been better if we'd had it done during COVID. Having done it during COVID, we've got these plants coming online now, and there aren't enough cattle to feed them. So you're seeing some shutdowns, and it's market adjustments. It appears like manipulation on the outside, but the Lexington, Nebraska plant was one that really concerned us. When they shut that down and moved the operation, they've got to keep capacity, but what a blow to that community who actually built their infrastructure and their economy around that thing. It didn't quite seem right, didn't seem fair. And so, those plants are starting to come online. They will offer some help and some competition, thank goodness. But the reality is we're short on cattle. You made the comment about the we're getting squeezed a little bit. Yeah, that's the terrible irony that's happening right now with the economy. Is we're getting great prices. Oh my God, we've never seen prices like this. This is wonderful. And so we have an opportunity maybe to pay some notes down, maybe get ahead with our operating lines, that sort of thing. It makes some improvements. But our costs, our inputs have risen right alongside it. So our margin is still a lot tighter than people would realize. I'm shocked. But the thing that's kept beef in demand and people keep paying the price, God bless them, is the fact the quality is so good. You can get a respectable, reliable meat, no matter where you purchase it. At the restaurant, you have a good experience. Back in the 80s, when we were losing all that market share to pork and chicken, honestly, beef had gotten pretty poor. It was tough. It was chewy. There were defects. And if we hadn't cleaned some of that up with the help of the beef checkoff, I'm not sure where we'd be. I think we would have lost even more of the share, and a lot of folks would have gone out of business. But this thing, back to the investigations, we'd like to see some results. I don't know how long you can stymie this thing and hold it back, if it was an administration thing, if it was a paperwork thing. But we're finally getting at least some response, and we're anxiously looking for an answer. I think most cattle associations and their memberships are, as are individual ranchers and farmers, and rightfully so.
Hey, is this just how the industry runs now, and the only way these meat processors can make things pencil is to be large volume? Like, this is why we're down to just the 4 biggies, this is the only way it works, right? I want to talk about these small, mid-size processing plants, and hopefully we can, with grant money and the elimination of red tape, we see more of these small, mid-size pop up all over the place, in the region, in Wyoming, Montana. It would help on shipping costs for sure. But these big Tyson and these big heavyweights say the only way to make this work is volume. We got to put heads through the door.
It is true. And having toured several of those facilities, we're looking at their infrastructure. And what's the shocker is to work with their HR people, because I hate to say it this way, but most Americans won't do that kind of work. They don't want to work in packing houses. They don't want to do that. So they have to bring in immigrants. They have to get H-2A workers. And for an HR guy, and I don't like the fact that some of those plants are owned by foreign entities, but they're the only ones that have taken it on because they seem to have the wherewithal. But back to the HR thing, you've got 50 people, 50 types of folks from different nationalities. Some of them have been at war with each other. They will chop each other's arms off because somebody was the wrong color, the wrong tribe, the wrong grandparents. And you're going to put them in a plant with sharp instruments to cut up meat. They have to have separate transportation, separate apartments, separate prayer rooms, separate break rooms, different lunch. It's a nightmare to have to. And most HR people just don't want to do that. They do. It works. But they have to have volume running through that plant constantly in order to cover that overhead. So it's a conundrum. But I think the things that we've done to help the intermediate and small packers, like the federal inspection and the state inspections being of equal caliber, cross state line sales, I think that's a great step in the right direction.
Mark Eisele is with us. Give us our listeners an idea of how involved you've been. You have a lifetime of involvement. I read this quote from you saying, if you're not at the table, you end up being on the menu. So that's why you've made it, you get outside the ranch. The day job is the ranch, but you also have been super involved on many committees, many boards, and many projects in the industry. What have you done?
I never sought to do that. I just wanted to raise cattle and raise a family and be left alone. And I found out it wasn't that simple. I have a federal grazing permit, and I started finding out that if you don't show up for meetings, if you don't give some input, you end up being cut out of the deal. You end up losing your thing. You have to go to city council meetings. You have to go to commissioner meetings. You have to go talk to the legislature. You have to talk to your congressional delegation. And so, I started out just with the local grazing association. I ended up working at the county level because we had issues with habitat and endangered species. And once again, the ranch has got some of those. That's where you find most of those habitats, and most of those animals are on privately held ranches. So we needed to defend ourselves because some folks don't understand you have to take the long-term perspective to foster those things. I got pushed up to the state level and also found that the national was very, very useful. NCBA's got like over 350,000 associate members across the country. So we represent everything from a guy with 10 cows to 1,000 cows. And so it's important that we had a voice in that. And Wyoming has always been at the forefront of leadership. It's amazing. We represent so much of the West, and we've always had people in those positions. I never looked for it. I never was trying to make a second career. I just wanted to raise cattle and be left alone. It ended up being part of the thing. And there's folks who don't have the ability to get away. And so you represent them as best you can. So I appreciate you acknowledging that. And I appreciate you having us on the show this morning.
Mark Eisele joins us, and the launching point is the story in the Cowboy State Daily. The Department of Justice investigation launched into major meat packers. Are they limiting fair competition? Ranchers have been saying that forever. Times it's so tough to get everything to fall in alignment for ranchers. Prices are record high, yet costs have risen right with that, and now we're in a drought. I don't know what that's going to mean. What it means is there are less and less cattle out there on the land. Ranchers are selling out, and they're not repopulating the herd. They may be leaving the business altogether. So supply is dwindling while demand remains constant. It's a tough racket, man, but they're still doing it at the King Ranch like they've been doing it for a long time. The Eisele family. Hey, say hi to Trudy, and I hope it rains all week, man.
I'm Mark with you. Thank you very much.
All right, buddy. Thank you. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
We're back, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. And I know there's a lot of things going on in the world. 4 years of war between Russia and Ukraine, a brand new war between Iran and the rest of the world. But I think the most important headline and important issue of the day is brought up smartly by the Washington Post in the story, how do stars pee at the Met Gala? An investigation. How do celebrities dressed in those elaborate costumes, how do they go to the bathroom? That's what I want to know. Actually, I wanted to, when this event took place, it was last Monday, it was a week ago. And I wanted to do a whole segment on who showed up wearing what. And one outfit was more elaborate than the next. It was just who could outdo who. It was outrageous. If you've ever seen, some European, French, the spring catwalk look and bizarre things and stuff that no one would wear when you see one of those fashion shows out of Paris in the spring. Oh, it's the new line. It's I'm trying to think of who is a famous designer. I don't know. It's so-and-so's new spring line for 2026. Do you see these models when they're wearing stuff, nobody, you and I would never wear. Yet these are trend-setting events. Whatever bizarro things you see out of that is the Met Gala is times 10. And some of the stuff they wear made me think, God bless the Washington Post. It made me think, how do you go to the bathroom in that? Answer, you don't, I guess. I didn't read the story. I just read the headline. That was good enough to know that the Washington Post, a week after the annual event that is the height of fashion in New York City, the Met Gala, and a really hard ticket to score, by the way. They don't just invite anybody. After seeing the red carpet photographs, my question was, how do you pee in that dress? And now the Washington Post, hard-hitting journalism, they let us know the answer. Yeah, that was on my mind for over a week, and I'm glad that we can put that to rest. All right, we got to get back to the Zoom room. Here's where we're going next. I'm just trying to play catch up here and stay with it. Okay, how's this? This is kind of a westerny theme thing. I really wanted to play like some Zydeco, some Cajun New Orleans, but this is the best I can do. Yeah, let's welcome in our next guest, Crystal Merriam. Crystal is running founder, executive director of Lanyap, is how you would pronounce it, Lanyap. It's harder to spell than it is to say. This is a Sheridan-based ministry and a center and a nonprofit that really, Lanyap, we're just acknowledging an unexpected gift, which equates to the unmerited grace of God. One and the same. A gift you didn't know, you didn't deserve, and you didn't know was coming. That's a great idea to name the whole shebang after that, Crystal. I like it.
Thank you. I'm glad that you picked up on its fun, interesting origin. It inspires a lot of questions.
Yeah, why
we get to
is
talk
that?
About.
Are you from the area? Are you from Louisiana? Are you down there on the bot? You're in Sheridan now, right?
Yeah, we're in Sheridan, but my husband and I spent some time after Hurricane Katrina on the Gulf Coast and got to know this word that's popular in the area, Lanyap. It means a little extra or an unexpected gift. There's kind of a cultural artifact there where you go into a shop and they throw in something extra. And we didn't know what it meant. We thought it was like a landmark or a name of a mountain or something, and got to know that. And I thought, I'm going to keep that word with me. It's a fun word. And and ended up naming our organization Lanyap.
All right. Well, that's what's behind Lanyap, which is spelled Lagniappe. You may need to know that because I think we got to go to the interwebs knowing the spelling. So explain what it is that goes on at Lanyap, Crystal. It's a ministry. But it's I don't know. It's like, I think of it as climb a little bit, if you know what climb is. I don't, but we're like preparing people for a workforce, or if people need to pivot from a low-paying job. These are not people who don't want to work; they work, but it's just not. It's not that paycheck is just not happening. So for people who want to work, who need to be properly compensated. Maybe a life skill. You may bring something to the table you didn't realize. You may be good at something, and we're going to find out. We're going to get you trained up. What is it you do there?
Sure. So our mission is to equip parents to transform generations. And at Lanyap, what that means is that low-income parents are paid $18.50 an hour for an almost full-time work week to learn several different skill sets. And the technical skill that we emphasize is commercial sewing training. And sewing is something you can't learn by watching a video and taking a test. You have to actually do it. So because we're making things, let's go ahead and make things that are beneficial to the community. So we partner with other nonprofits to make items for them. We make large tote bags for the Sheridan Foster Parent Exchange. We make gardening aprons for Rooted in Wyoming. We make pet beds for the dog and cat shelter. And about 60% of the work week is spent in manufacturing, and 40% is spent in supportive programming. So for some people, that involves being paid to earn their GED. Every single person does a financial literacy course. We partner with a sensible nutrition program to learn nutrition and cooking. We have a leadership development course that is taught by an executive professional in Colorado Springs. And we also have job search mentoring. So making that professional resume and cover letter and learning how to interview well. So we have volunteers who come in and do mock interviews. And then we also partner with HR professionals in the community. They can go and replicate that interview process as much as possible and then get feedback, which is really important because when you and I apply for a job and we don't get it, we're rarely told why. But they can get that feedback. And so the end goal is getting a full-time benefited job elsewhere in the community and to, really launch so that they and their children have better futures.
Crystal, you've really thought of everything. For the job interview prep and feedback, how to build a better resume. I want to circle back to the commercial sewing and this notion that it's like on-the-job training with a sellable product. Like this is win-win-win for sure. Tell us again about the different products. I love the gardening apron and I love the pet bed. Like these are great ideas, useful stuff that you've got a place for. Like you already know is a ready-made demand somewhere for these items.
Right. So we aren't primarily a retail business, but like I said, we're creating items. So let's get them out into the community. So we have pet beds that those are for sale at Carol's Furniture. The fabric samples that we used to make them actually originally came from Carol's Furniture. So it's a nice full circle. And almost everything we make comes from upcycled or donated items. So that foam comes from scrap foam from Kennan Products, which is also the most likely employer for someone with commercial sewing training in the Sheridan area. And then we've got the scrap canvas from Sheridan Tent and Awning. We make those tote bags for kids who are transitioning into foster care. And then you have smaller pieces of canvas. And then we make those gardening aprons for children who are in the Rooted in Wyoming community gardens, learning about where their food comes from and getting edified by the programming there. And so most of what we have and our income doesn't come from sales, but I do appreciate getting what we have and blessing it forward. And we just have donors who help make that happen. They sponsor items to be made. They want to help support two organizations at once, which is what you do when you give to Lanyap. You support our trainees to get their hourly wage, and then we push product to other nonprofits.
We're going to let our listeners know how they can get involved, whether it's volunteering, donating to the cause, or involved in the program. Crystal, does it mean anything that you're Sheridan based? Because nowadays, I mean, it's all virtual. We can do everything statewide, online. I'm looking at the online Lanyap, Sheridan.org, but you are in Sheridan. Is there like a physicalness to what you do?
Yes. Obviously, when you're sewing, you have to have a real machine and a real space. So our host site is Grace Anglican Church. They've lent us space in their basement Monday through Friday, and that's where we're situated. We can take 2 trainees at a time, and they're with us for about 150 days before they go on to other employment. And we'll be expanding our space soon. There's some other buildings on Grace's property that they're renovating, and there'll be a big shuffle. So we're just grateful to be a part of that. And so if people want to volunteer in Sheridan, we have opportunities for sewing volunteers and financial literacy folks, and just community mentors who can help follow a graduate into that next stage, because early stability can be pretty fragile and we want people to be supported.
Crystal, this paid to learn trainee program is more than just building like one skill, like sewing. I imagine you probably have seen the success of this program just by the confidence it builds in folks. And, the building block, you're so confident when you go through this that maybe I don't know what your end goal will be as somebody in this program, but certainly you got to feel better about yourself having undertaken this. And this is a huge confidence builder.
Yeah, it is. And something I like to emphasize is that you don't have to get a job sewing, and most of our people haven't.
Yeah.
That confidence is a game changer. And when you can step into a room in front of a potential employer and say, I have what it takes to add value, and I have the soft skills to add value in your organization, to be a team player. I know that I can learn because I just learned sewing in 8 weeks. So clearly I can learn what you have for me here. And that changes a lot for folks. We've had people go to the Sheridan VA, Weatherby, Kennan, like I mentioned before, the Sheridan Press, the school district. So you don't have to get a job sewing because that's what you're learning. I think about, what degree do you get for real estate, right? People can do a variety of things, and they bring what they've done in the past with them. They come with strengths. They come with education sometimes too. Some of our folks have even done a little bit of college, but they ran into a roadblock. So it's not lack of effort. It's not that they're dumb. They often do need confidence, and actually learning a new skill is a huge confidence builder.
Yeah, I can think this is a message important for any single mom out there. Especially, moms with kids that do. Can you accommodate the time? Like, they need to be with their kids probably. What does this schedule look like?
Yeah, so we actually serve single, married, mom, dad. Our first graduate was a married father. And he actually had a baby born while he was in the program. But the hours are 9 until 3:45, Monday through Thursday, and we have a little bit of a shorter day on Friday. But it is almost full time, and childcare can sometimes be an issue, but we're flexible with start dates. If we are wanting to welcome someone in the program, I'm more than willing to give them an opportunity to find childcare during that time.
Crystal Merriam, founder, executive director of Lanyap. When did you start this, the Ministries, the center in Sheridan? How long you been around?
We started the summer of 2022, so we're coming up on our 4th anniversary.
Whether it's belonging bags, the pet beds, the garden aprons, maybe you've seen the product. The product's not as, to me, it's just like icing on the cake kind of side benefit. It is what they're doing for folks in the program, the confidence building and a good wage. I mean, what, $18.50 an hour, you said?
Yeah. That's right.
So
we feel like it was important to pay people while they're with us so they could build stability. There's a lot of job skills programs that are available, but if you're a parent and you have bills, it's difficult to quit a paid endeavor and pursue something that's unpaid, even if in a few months it might result in your situation becoming better. It's that gap is really hard to finance when you don't have margin. So we wanted them to be able to be with us, become stable, and then move on to a full-time benefited position elsewhere.
Crystal, thanks for spending time with us. Thanks for everything you're doing at lanyapsheridan.org. You can find it, LAGNIAPPE, lanyapsheridan.org. cowboystate.org. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, have a great Monday.
Yeah, you too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Rolling along next hour. We're going to welcome in Amanda Brody. She's here to talk about that sheep. One sheep that's in the Jackson Town Square, causing quite a stir and catching the attention of the Cowboy State Daily journalism staff. We wrote a story about it. Kevin Kershisnik will be on, Riverton business leader, and we're going to learn all about this device that can detect a heart attack before you have a heart. It sees the heart attack coming. It's fascinating stuff. Patricia Veronda Naumoff, I believe is how you say her last name, Teton County wedding planner. She's a different kind of wedding planner. Satin and Sage event planning. She is, I don't even know how to describe her company, but it's definitely outdoorsy. And she had one bride that fell off the back of a snowmobile, and the whole video went viral. In fact, it went to America's Funniest Videos. It made the cut, and you saw it play, I think it was last fall. We'll talk about how that got to America's Funniest Videos. And we'll just check out what Patricia does. Her event planning is a little bit different. Right now, though, we're halfway through the Monday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The proposed 5,600 worker man camp south of Cheyenne would be larger than 84 Wyoming towns. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that notices were mailed to more than 200 landowners, describing it as, quote, a secure, temporary workforce housing campus supporting large-scale infrastructure projects.
If you talk to people with Laramie County who are thinking about this, they're planning for it, they're seeing that, look, all these workers are coming and we need a place to put them. And in the words of one person I talked to, we need housing yesterday. You talk to the city and Mayor Collins told me, it's maybe not that urgent, but the people certainly are coming.
Notices were mailed March 25th to more than 200 landowners within a mile of the proposed man camp site. Some residents have reacted with alarm to the size and potential impacts of such a large man camp, including increased crime. New leads could help crack the 25-year-old murder of a Casper man who was beaten, run over, and left to die in a Wyoming roller skating rink parking lot. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the man's sister says, quote, Danny's death destroyed our family and somebody knows something.
Authorities say somebody has come forward with new information that they find promising. Danny's family has been devastated by his murder and the lack of answers, and you can't understate the generational trauma this family has suffered as a result of not having answers. The family's optimistic that finally this might be the break this case needed.
Ryan Cox, commander at the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, who also oversees the agency's cold case team, tells Cowboy State Daily that despite the years that have passed since he was killed, Danny's case is an open and active investigation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice. Save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brody Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it, the early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage. working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming U.S. Attorney Darren Smith is set for a U.S. Senate confirmation vote Monday as a controversy heats up over allegations that he prejudiced a grand jury. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 8 defendants are now challenging to dismiss their cases, including one for first-degree murder.
They're saying that Darren Smith, the top federal prosecutor for Wyoming, was calling defendants murderers, talking about the cases being slam dunks, saying they did what they're accused of. The prosecutor's office on Friday fired back, saying, okay, some of this commentary was ill-advised, but it's not so severe that it prejudiced these grand jury proceedings and sacrificed these cases.
President Trump nominated Smith, whose official confirmation vote is set for Monday in the U.S. Senate. After winter essentially didn't come to Wyoming, there are concerns that the 2026 fire season could be like 1988 all over again. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Greater Yellowstone Fire Action Network says it's spooky.
A lot of people are starting to say that a lot of the conditions that led up to that we're seeing again, particularly after this winter. So you kind of have this perfect storm of all these beetle-killed trees everywhere and a winter that really wasn't a winter. And a lot of people are kind of gritting their teeth.
Back in the fall of 1988 was when Yellowstone National Park and the surrounding areas went up in flames. More than a third of the park, over 793,000 acres, became a hellscape, and in some nearby communities, the pall was so thick it was difficult to see across the street. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Boxes everywhere, and this is gonna be Addie's room.
I think you're really gonna like it. I hope so. Yeah.
I know this road is there for me.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
Waist down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
All right, it's the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We've turned the corner. We're into the second half of the program, and we welcome on Amanda Brody, and one of the very few guests we'll ever have where we'll talk about their arrest record. And it's a source of pride, maybe. Amanda Brody is with us. Now, that's not the end goal, is to be led away from a protest. It's to raise awareness. It's PETA Campaign's media manager, Amanda Brody, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. And our launching point is, what is that sheep doing in the town square in Jackson, Wyoming? I'm in Jackson. I saw it last night, Amanda.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me on the show and to be able to talk about the sheep statue. We're really grateful. But yeah, PETA's Ed Sheeran's sheep statue, as you saw, is in Jackson, Wyoming in the town square. And Ed Sheeran is there to help remind everyone that sheep are sensitive, intelligent individuals who love their families deeply, and they feel intense fear and pain when they are kicked and punched and bloodied and cut into ribbons for wool. So we hope that when people see the statue, the passerbys and the shoppers, that they'll understand the inherent suffering behind every rug, sweater, or scarf that's made from sheep's wool, and choose to buy vegan clothing and home goods instead, so that no one has to suffer and die when we shop.
I do. I'm showing a photo of Ed Sheeran. That's cute. I love that. I'm showing a photo of Ed Sheeran. You can see him in Washington Park, although we all know it is just the town square in Jackson. Amanda, so many places I want to start. Let's see. Let's start with I wasn't going to ask this, but you mentioned, an alternative to wool. Wool's a useful clothing item. I mean, it keeps you warm when it gets wet. I mean, there's a reason why sheep wear it. It works. But what are some other places I could go if I do have an issue with getting wool from sheep?
Well, that's the thing, as you mentioned, wool belongs to sheep, right? Sheep are not wool producing machines, and their wool certainly does not belong to us. But there are so many warm, stylish vegan materials available today. Everything from hemp, bamboo, organic cotton, recycled polyester, and so many other plant-based and synthetic materials that don't involve animals suffering and dying. Because in the wool industry, when sheep are no longer profitable, they will be sent to the slaughterhouse and have their throats slit. But before that, we have seen shearers punching, kicking, throwing these sheep to the ground, and just kneeling on their necks to shear them so violently that they are left with gaping, bloody wounds, only to be roughly stitched up as if they're rag dolls. And we all know sheep are prey animals. They are absolutely terrified. And anyone who can go to PETA.org to see all of our undercover investigations, to see all of this horrific cruelty happening to sheep, I think when people see that, they'll want to stay far away. So it's really easy for us when we're shopping. We can just simply check the label, and if it says wool or anything else that's stolen from an animal, we can just leave it on the shelf, and it makes all the world of difference for animals.
Amanda, do you have a sense? I mean, I'm sure you've been able to uncover evidence where sheep are handled roughly in the shearing process, but I'm thinking of the stuff PETA can be opposed to is livestock that has a very short life and then is on our plate to eat. I mean, at least in the life of a sheep, it lives for quite a while, and all we ask of it is to be sheared once a year. Are there people doing it right? Is there a way to do it right as far as PETA is concerned? Or too often are we seeing people just, they just doing it fast because they got to shear the next one, and they're not being very kind.
Exactly. Unfortunately, PETA has released over a dozen video exposés into more than 150 wool operations across the world, including in the US and including in Wyoming. And every single time we find shearers slamming these sheep to the ground, kneeling on their necks, punching them, kicking them, even sometimes twisting their necks until they break. I have to watch a lot of undercover footage for my job at PETA, and the wool stuff is some of the most horrific. It's really hard to get through. And that's because shearers are often paid by volume and not by the hour. So they work really quickly to shear them as quickly as possible, get as much wool as possible from these animals. And it's all just to make a profit. And it's just unacceptable. And it's really not necessary. We don't need to wear wool. There's so many other stylish, warm vegan materials, as I was mentioning. There's just no reason to continue to raise these animals, to abuse them and steal their wool from them, and then eventually kill them. It's just no reason in 2026 to do that.
I'd like to think that the majority of wool producers, isn't it funny when you talk about wool? It's the sheep that produce the product, right? Not the sheep herders or sheep ranchers. But I'd like to think a majority do it right and understand that, they want a happy sheep, a happy wool producing sheep. This makes me think of this book by Olivia Harker. You've never, or Olivia Harker, One for the Blackbird, One for the Crow. Have you ever read that?
Don't think so.
You should read that. It's so good. It's like a teenage girl convinces this rough sheep herder rancher that that's exactly what's needed, is a kinder approach to shearing. Anyway, this display that's going on in Jackson, that's a rotating thing. You've had it in other places. Where's it been? Where's it going next? And why Jackson? I can think of why Jackson. You certainly, I mean, the volume of eyes on this thing in downtown Jackson for sure. And then all around the town square are stores that sell wool products.
Exactly. The town square is such a great spot. I was actually there last week, helped install the statue. We're so glad it's there. It's been there for a week. It will be there for another week. So anyone in Jackson can go out and check it out. But our Ed Sheeran statue actually debuted in San Angelo, Texas 2 years ago. And since then, it's been in Denver and Boulder, Colorado, and now in Jackson, Wyoming. And we're bringing it to places that are top bull producing states. We think it's really important to bring this perspective to help remind everyone that every animal is someone. Sheep are gentle, shy animals. Many people just might not know about what really happens in the wool industry. And again, don't have to take it from me. I really hope people will go to PETA.org or woolfacts.com. Watch our undercover investigations. I promise you, they are so hard to get through. You can see how terrified these animals are. And just in 2026, when we have self-driving cars, we've just sent astronauts around the moon, we really have no reason to continue be raising these animals to just grow more wool than they need and then slamming them to the ground and shearing them violently for wool that no one needs. When we have so many vegan materials we can use instead, it's pretty absurd when we think about it that way when it's in this day and age. There's just no reason. So we're really glad that it's in Jackson, Wyoming. We think it's a great spot for us to be. Like you said, there's many shops around in that area. It's hopefully going to get people thinking maybe a different perspective they never thought of before, thinking about these animals, having empathy for them, putting ourselves in their position. If we were a sheep who is extremely shy and gentle, would we want to be manhandled in this way and shorn to bits and pieces just so someone can steal our wool? I don't think so. And ultimately, we just want to remind everyone that we have the power every single day as consumers to make kind choices to animals. It's so easy for us, and it makes such a big difference for the animals. So we'll see where Ed Sheeran's headed to next. We're not sure yet, but we'll certainly be popping up somewhere else, probably in another top bull producing state, to just get our life-saving message out there.
I think the short answer to why Ed Sheeran ended up in Jackson is because anywhere else in Wyoming, somebody would rope it and drag it off into the sagebrush, or a sheep might mate with it. I don't know. Ed Sheeran, you can see him in downtown Jackson. He's right in the town square. Amanda Brody, it's the PETA campaign's media manager. Amanda Brody is with us for PETA and bringing awareness to remind shoppers. Wool comes from terrified sheep. Sheep, if you've been around them, spend like 90% of their life afraid. Like, that's the sheep. Yeah, they're a prey animal. So I appreciate everything you do. I don't always agree with PETA stuff, but I certainly can get with you on a lot of things. Maybe the 2023 arrest, the sit-in for monkeys. I had no idea. Monkeys used to, in Thailand, as part of like a chain gang to pick coconuts. Like, come on.
Exactly. Yeah. And so much of what we do at PETA is to help show people about what's happening to animals in all of these different industries. So much of it is hidden from us. And so that is why PETA does things like those grocery sit-ins or our Ed Sheeran statue to get people's attention. This is life or death for the animals. And so PETA will really use all opportunities that we can to grab people's attention. We all know today's day and age, it's hard to get people's attention. So if it takes us doing a grocery sit-in where I might be a little uncomfortable in jail for a few hours to get attention for monkeys who are forced to pick coconuts and live on chains their entire lives, which, by the way, we did win that campaign. Whole Foods no longer uses coconut milk from Thailand. So we know that our tactics do work. And sometimes also it's just a sheep statue in Jackson, Wyoming, to help get that conversation going, show people a different perspective so that they can think about what really happens to these animals. How did this wool sweater get on this shelf? And hopefully go to PETA.org, watch our investigations, learn more, think about things from the animal's perspective. PETA will use all opportunities to get attention on our life-saving message.
It's a unique idea. I like it. Ed Sheeran, cute little sheepies in downtown Jackson right now at Town Square. Amanda, thanks for coming on the show. I'm going to send you, where do you live? If I find your address on, I want to send you this book. You're going to love it. All
right. Send us an email afterwards, and maybe we can send you a vegan sweater or a vegan meal as well.
All right. We'll trade. Yeah. We'll do a swap. Thank you so much. Have a great Monday.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Amanda Brody, PETA campaign manager, media manager Amanda Brody. We're talking about Ed Sheeran. That's that sheep in downtown Jackson. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming. like the outdoors.
Yeah, it looks like a young grizzly recently separated from its mom, was out wandering around doing a thing.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
And the issues you care about.
Wyoming Highway Patrol is facing a significant trooper shortage with 36 unfilled trooper positions.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Can't wait to talk to Andrew Rossi. Is he on tomorrow? Oh, he's not on till Wednesday. Darn it. Well, we'll just have to wait. But Andrew wrote the story about Randy Morrison, who's going to give up being the ice cream man. Ice cream, you scream. And he's selling his ice cream truck, which I can't think of anything else you could use it for. Maybe you could repurpose it into some kind of food truck, some other food, but I think it pretty much is an ice cream truck. I mean, if you're interested in the truck, you probably should be interested in the biz. You want a ready-made ice cream business, complete with the truck that does a top-end speed of 2 miles an hour. Actually, it'll go faster, but you don't want to go faster. You want to just crawl through the neighborhood, playing the ice cream jingle song. Does it? See, this is what I wanted to ask Andrew without having to read the whole story. Perhaps I should read it. But I imagine this truck plays the jingle, the ice cream song. That should be part of it. That should be part of what you get for your $38,000. He's selling the truck and all the upgraded amenities and maybe a ice cream scoop or two. $38,500. Casper's Ice Cream Man Randy Morrison selling out. It's been a family business for quite a while, and he's got a 1991 Chevy P30. After years of cruising through neighborhoods at 2 miles an hour, the truck's jingle on repeat. So yeah, it does come with the jingle. I need to hear it. there's no video to this story, darn it. Maybe when Andrew comes on. Andrew, when you come on Wednesday, we need a recording of the jingle that the ice cream truck makes. Yeah, I'm super interested in what it sounds like, because I'll find a buyer for you. I'm pretty sure one of our listeners ready to get into the ice cream business, but we have a few questions. Great story from Andrew Rossi in the Cowboy State Daily came out over the weekend. A lot of good stories come out over the weekend. National stories I'm interested in is Israeli soldiers who were caught. Those two soldiers were caught desecrating the cross. They were like hitting Jesus, a statue of Jesus on the cross. Now, Israeli military is investigating soldiers' acts against a Virgin Mary statue in Lebanon. What's with these Israeli soldiers? The IDF, do they not have better things to do? I just don't get that. Okay, let's get into our Zoom room again. I'm going to play some fancy music. Let's see. What do we need? Yeah, this is good. This is exactly what we need. It's good music for Kevin as we turn our discussion to, I think, like the Riverton area, but we're going to talk about all things tech and business development. And what the launching off point is this device that can see your heart attack coming. Kevin Kershisnik, Riverton-based business leader. There he is. I got to push the right buttons, Kevin. CEO of Pertek Resources, I think. Although, did you sell it? Who owns it now? What is it? And especially, what is it now? It's not what it used to be, Pertech. So many questions. Lay it out for us. Give us the background, Kevin. Thanks for being on. And then we'll dive into what is going on, the exciting new developments and innovations. But what is Pertech, and what was it, and who owns it now?
You bet. Yeah, great. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate the time here this morning, and talk a little bit about the history. So for those of you in the Riverton area, Pertech is the building between Central Wyoming College and the high school. It's a 40,000 square foot prefab building and does a ton of manufacturing. So give you a real quick history on it. It started back in 1971. Wind River Development Fund, which is an economic development group here in town, Wind River Development Company, they actually built the building, a spec building, and then LRC, Larson Research Company, started it as an entrepreneur. And so he came out with a bunch of print mechanisms. The company evolved over the year, actually was the number one employer for a while in the mid-90s, had over 350 employees, and continued to produce printers, scanners for the financial sector predominantly. Then in 2003, we had an opportunity to buy ourselves out, and we did. At that time, the company was owned by the now defunct Lehman Brothers, and we bought ourselves out, and we continued with the financial products. Then in 2012, Enrico Negrello from Italy, he had a company named Seac Banche that was doing scanners, and in Riverton, we were doing printers, scanners, and a little bit of software. And so he wanted to get into the U.S. market. And so he actually acquired bulk of the business from Pertek Resources at that time. Little confusing, but Pertek Resources still retains one product line, which is the money order printers. So they do the financial side. That's Pertek Resources. Seac Banche came in and said, okay, we're going to do this. They formed a Wyoming company named Pertek Industries. So you have Pertek Resources, Pertek Industries. Two different companies operating under the same roof, but doing slightly different businesses. And that's kind of where the divergence starts. Pertek Resources still stayed there with the legacy products. Pertek Industries started to go into the medical space, EMS, electronic manufacturing services, et cetera.
Yeah, and I wonder if were you headed there before the chance encounter with Enrico? I'm interested to see how he got involved. I think you just bumped into him. It's a neat story. But first, that building. Kevin, I know that building. I know that building. I know exactly where it is. I always wonder, what are they doing there? What is that? Like, okay, now I'm learning all of
a lot of cool stuff going on in there. A lot of technology, innovation, and the printer scanner side had evolved, but it's a declining market segment, right?
Yeah.
So then Enrico, he had a bunch of experience. He's a nuclear engineer.
What?
And so it's extremely brilliant man. Came in and he had been doing electronic manufacturing services in Europe, in Italy, and he decided to bring that here as well. So you have the legacy products, printer scanners, then you have EMS, and he said, well, let's look at potentially other products. And as it happened to be, you talk about these chance meetings, I was on an interview panel for Sage West. We were interviewing Dr. Corville, a cardiologist, to come to town. And so Lindsay Anderson had set it all up, and we're with Alan Doherty. And during the lunch discussion, we were just talking like we are now. And I said, oh, what else do you do? And he said, I got this business. I do software for cardiology early detection. And he said, but I don't have any hardware. And I was thinking, wow, we can do that. We have electromechanical design capabilities here in the company. And so I said, hey, would you be interested in linking up? So I linked Enrico up with Dr. Corville, and we continued to move that forward. And then they've done the lion's share of the work. They're moving it forward at this point. But that's how it started, and it's continued today. And we're pretty excited. We need to get some approvals, and then this could be a home run product.
That's fascinating. I love when these chance encounters happen, whether it's the elevator pitch or you find yourself at the same meeting or what. How can we, moving forward, foster more of these things where we just bump smart people into smart people and we come up with like a Wyoming-based product?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the collaboration, there's a couple of things happening today already, like Silicon Coular up in Jackson. They have those chance meetings that occur. Startup Wyoming. Locally here, we have Bootstrap Collaborative, which is a group that is up at the Brunton building, and it's CWC. So Mike Hoyt is running that program, and Jed Odell's helping him out, and they're doing some phenomenal things. They did the Fremont County Startup Challenge, which was another opportunity for new entrepreneurs to pitch their ideas. And there were people in the room, and I talked to almost everyone in that room that was presenting, and they had some great ideas. And, how do we connect people? It's like that. So we just continue to do that through meetings, have them engaged, whether it's AI, automation, existing companies, financing, whatever resources they need is to connect these together. So I think we're really fortunate here in Fremont County because we have one of the best entrepreneurial ecosystems, I think, in the state.
So Enrico's got this great idea for what is this thing? It's a
BioChest is the first out device.
Yeah. Detects stress. It's basically monitoring your ECG, like real time, all the time monitoring. Could sense a heart attack before it comes. Could sense cardio. He's got this great idea, but he's stalled there because he can't think of how do you actually make the product. I need an assembly line. I need a manufacturing facility that does something similar. Meanwhile, you've got Pertech. People aren't buying printers because toner costs too much. And we don't print anything out anymore anyway. So right. What is this an easy pivot to redo, revamp your what you make?
It's electromechanical devices first off, right? So that's relatively easy to move to another similar type product. The big challenge is the medical space to get FDA approval and so forth. So, if I did it on a scale, I would say, all right, here's a typical operation. If you're ISO, International Standards Organization specified, so if you have that standard, ISO 9001, you'd be here. If you need FDA, it's like this. I mean, there's like orders of magnitude more documentation, et cetera, required. So that's the biggest challenge that the team has seen so far, is to get through that challenge. And they're moving through it nicely. And it looks like first out might be an opportunity in India, and then followed on by the one in the U.S. So pretty exciting. It is a challenge, but when you got a nuclear engineer and a bunch of smart engineers working on things, good stuff happens.
Yeah, nothing we can't solve, especially Wyoming people. Kevin Kershisnik's with us, Riverton business leader. We're learning all about Pertek Resources, Pertek. What it started at, what it's becoming, what it's morphing into, and this morphing thing, this idea that Wyoming can be a place that's both like innovative with the newest tech and manufacturing, like we can bang out the widgets too. Wyoming is pretty attractive in both these spaces.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I tell you, I do a little bit of work for Manufacturing Works as well. That's helping manufacturers across the state succeed. Great program, by the way. If you're a manufacturer not taking advantage of it, please do. But we go out and help people embrace, whether it's cybersecurity or Industry 4.0, which really we're evolving into 5.0. But that's where you have automation, artificial intelligence, these neural networks coming together to actually solve problems. The one that we just did, the hackathon, I think Enrico talked about it in the article that you guys published. And it was a hackathon through CWC and Rushdie University in India and Kathmandu University. So students, they had 48 hours. Enrico put these tough problems together. They came out with phenomenal solutions, but it was a worldwide collaboration, 48 hours compressed. And I tell you, I looked at those problems and I was saying, wow, years ago, this would have taken weeks, if not months to do. These students embraced AI, utilized it, created their own code, actually developed product within a 48-hour period. It was amazing what was able to be accomplished in that short period of time.
Yeah, and it's all coming together because people like this guy, our guest, Kevin, they see the big picture, how Wyoming-based technology and manufacturing ecosystem can support innovation, product development, entrepreneurship. And there's no better place to do it than Wyoming, where we've got a great environment. We got smart people. We got good tax advantages for corporations. Kevin, anything else?
No, I would just reiterate that. This is the ideal state, my opinion. It's a small state. People know each other. You can make stuff happen, whether that's through the legislature, locally, through your business commissioners, city council, you name it, mayors, and everyone wants to move things forward. And it's impressive to be part of that. And it moves so quickly. So I remember my dad used to tell me, he said, you want to live in Wyoming? He said, you're going to eat green mountains and drink blue skies. He said, you may not make a lot of money, but you'll have a great life. And he's right. He was exactly right. This is phenomenal. The technology now is just allowing this to happen at such a greater rate.
Kevin, thanks for being on. I appreciate it. We learn a lot more now. Read the story. Cowboy State Daily. Renee Jean wrote that story. Riverton inventor building a device that can see your heart attack coming. This story is so much more. It is the story, though, of how these ideas become reality. And it's through a lot of work. Yeah, Kevin, thank you. Have a great Monday.
Awesome. Thank you. You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Rolling along on a Monday edition. Next up, Patricia is going to be here. We're going to talk about the bride that got bucked off her snowmobile. It is a fun video, which is why it showed up on America's Funniest Videos. We'll do that next.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
You know what we should do if we had any swag to give away, like Cowboy State Daily ball caps, which I don't know where mine is. I had it on Friday. If we had some swag like gifts to give away, I think a new feature, a new challenge, maybe contest. You got to have a radio contest. Would be to spot the addition. What additional item is in the background of the show, of this podcast? Now, for you folks listening in radio, it would have to be just a sheer guess. You're not seeing any of the visuals, but if you're enjoying the show on YouTube, X Live, Facebook Live, or on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, you get a visual, and then the studio has a background that's filled with eye candy. And something is added, I would say, weekly for those sharp, eagle-eyed folks who are looking in. They could say, wait a minute, that wasn't there last week. I mean, I'd rather have you concentrating on the background than me. But if you're on radio stations across the state carrying this show both in real time and sometimes delayed, sometimes the show is aired in the afternoon. That's cool, however you listen. Or the podcast. We hit a milestone with downloads. I forget, it's tens of thousands of downloads. Yeah, we're just ever growing. Both the show and the show's background growing every day. I think we'll check in with the latest rodeo scene while we wait for Patricia. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see what. Well, maybe not. Patricia is here. So we'll go there. Let's head to the Zoom room. And I'm going to introduce you to an event planner that's a little bit different. Whether you're looking for an easy stroll down the aisle at the wedding tree in the Grove Out Wilderness, or maybe a more strenuous Delta Lake elopement hike, she's got it all cooked up for you. Just if you're outdoorsy and you're thinking about an event that incorporates the outdoors and is a little bit different, I think this is the person for you. Patricia joins us. Patricia Veronda Naumoff
Yes, that's it.
Am I even close? Okay.
You're very close.
Satin and Sage event planning in Teton County. We will get to the viral video and how this video showed up on TV, America's Funniest Home Videos. It's in the story in the Cowboy State Daily. But first, let's learn a little more about Patricia, why you're in this business. I see a lot of event planners as a wedding DJ myself, and the work you folks do is just amazing. You have no idea how events go off smoothly, and the smoother they go, the less you may realize that somebody's in the background making sure it's smooth. Patricia is one of those people.
Absolutely. It has been an amazing career for me. When we moved up here to the Wyoming area, one of the things I said, oh my gosh, I need to marry couples in the Teton area.
Yeah.
You know, when I added it to my wedding planning business.
And you, the event planning, and also you are like, what would you call yourself as far as the officiating? You are like, I don't know, hardcore officiate. There's no, you would do it hang gliding, you would do it water ski. I don't know.
Absolutely. And it's funny that you asked that question. My next couple for next year, we are going to jump out of a plane and try to get the I-dos before we land.
Yes. Oh man, I love it. So tell us about this bride. Was this a real wedding? Now the video, hold on. I think I can share this video in a moment. This is the bride getting bucked off the snow machine. And then it did make America's Funniest Home Videos. We'll tell you how that got there. But was this you were staging a photo shoot? Was this an actual groom and bride? And was this the actual wedding, or it was real, right?
It was definitely a real, but it was a styled photo shoot.
Okay.
Something I wanted to add to content in regards to what we do behind the scenes.
Yeah. I'm showing a photo of it now. This is the poor bride. Oh my God. She's okay, right?
Yes, absolutely. She's such a trooper. And both the groom and the bride are already married, and they, helped us out with this style photo shoot, and they are expert snowmobilers.
Yeah. And you had this idea that, because it's winter, like 10 months out of the year in Wyoming, usually, except for this last one, that you I know more and more winter weddings I see happen for sure. But embracing the outdoors like you do with event planning, there has to be a bride and groom on a snowmobile. Come on. Because after all, there are no limos in Wyoming. Is that what the host said?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's one of the goals for me to go to the top of the mountain, marry the couples, ride down with our snowmobiles. And my husband was one of the witnesses as well. So it just worked out perfectly.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to show a little of the video here. For those of you on radio, you'll just have to imagine this bride and groom cruising around Thane, Wyoming, down to Star Valley. Here's the beginning of the end, when you're starting from a standstill and you're kind of going up a little bit of an uphill. Oh my. There she goes. Bucked off the snow machine. So I see from you're taking the video, right? Like there's a professional photographer capturing all this, but you're just, just to get the behind the scenes, you're doing with your phone. And as soon as she comes off, I see the video, like you are running to her. She was okay though.
Yes, she was okay.
Okay.
Yes, and we really continued shooting that day as well.
Yeah. What is that area you're in? I'm not familiar with that. You're like in the Smoot area.
Smith's Fork. Beautiful, beautiful area.
Well, I mean, this happens. Everybody has a laugh over it. In fact, when you wrapped up this photo shoot, just off the cuff, somebody mentioned like, oh, this would be a great video, like America's Funniest Videos or something. Yeah.
Absolutely. We were just kind of giggling about it, but I took it to the next level and said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and submit it. You never know.
Yeah. How did you know how to even submit it?
I'm very techie. So
Yeah.
I took a look at where you would submit a video and easy. And they made it very easy.
So you submitted it, America's Funniest Home Videos. How does it work? Now you submit it, and whether they use it or not, they probably use like a very minority of submissions. And then do they tell you? Do they keep you up to date? Like, yeah, we're kind of interested, or do they tell you like, oh yeah, we're going to do this, and here's when it's going to air? How does it work?
Well, interesting enough, response came within weeks. And it came via text, by the way.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden, we're all signing these DocuSigns and making sure that any voice that was on the video, anyone that was there had to sign a release. And, all of a sudden we get another text within a few days and said, we are creating something for winter. We're basically going to roll it out. And that's how quickly it went.
Season 36, America's Funniest Home Videos, was titled Matrimonial Mayhem, Pranksters, and Snow Snafus. This checked every box right there. And it did air. They gave you a heads up on when it was going to air, and you saw it. Was
Absolutely. We had a watch party at my house.
Yeah.
And it was just fantastic. And then I heard once I was reached, you all reached out to me for this particular, it filmed again. I was surprised.
Oh, Satin and Sage event planning. You can find them on the internet. So if you want Patricia to help design your adventure wedding or any kind of unusual, if it is outdoors, if it embraces the outdoors, and I know more and more brides want to do that. They want to incorporate whether it's horses, a horse-drawn sleigh, snowmobile, like they want all the outdoorsy thing is in, right?
It absolutely is, from campground weddings to you name it. And we hike literally to the Delta Lake, 4.5 hours.
Yeah, that's for your hardcore elopement. But I can't stress enough, you need a planner, a day off, or somebody ahead of that, because there are things you're not going to think of, like porta potties at whatever. There are permits. You probably do a lot of stuff in Grand Teton National Park. Gorgeous. You got the Tetons right there, but there's
Absolutely.
permits. There's a process. You gotta have all your stuff in order.
You sure do. And, and it's been nothing but exciting in a journey. I take the stress completely away from these brides. They panic and they text me. So it's always exciting to go, oh my gosh, I feel so much better.
Well, we enjoy the video and the kind of stuff you do. I really, it's unsung hero, because when it goes right, nobody is going to know you, nobody who attended the event. It just goes off right. And you're in the background making sure it goes off right. Satin and Sage event planning, find them on the internet. And go see that video of the bride coming off. Satin and Sage, just the N, satinandsage.com. And in case you're one of our listeners might be a prospective bride for 2027.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Patricia will get you outdoors. Hopefully it may involve seatbelts to do it safely. Who knows? Maybe that's part of the fun, though. That was a funny outtake. That was Bailey Clark, by the way. And she's kind of famous now.
She is indeed.
Thanks, Patricia.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, and that's a fun story in the Cowboy State Daily. Go check it out. You can see all the photos, the video. Andrew Rossi, of course, sounds like an Andrew Rossi story, and it is. Andrew will be with us Wednesday. We'll talk more about that. Bride falling off a snowmobile in Wyoming's stars on America's Funniest Home Videos. The host, I haven't seen this show since Bob Saget did it, but it's still around. 36 seasons now, and they have a new host. I don't know who the host is, but I know they play the video without any commentary, pretty much. except the host, Alfonso Rivera. That's the host. He said, I guess they don't have limos wherever they live. Kind of true. I mean, yeah, we got limos, but in some places this is the only way we can get around in the winter. All right, now we will head to the rodeo world, the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Road Show. What's going on in the world of rodeo, Will?
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Hope you had a great Mother's Day. Over the weekend, a major ended Saturday night down in southern Texas. Corpus Christi is a major and one of the last majors for the Texas swing as we move our eyes to the West Coast for the springtime season. Results of Corpus Christi coming up on the Road Show next.
The world-famous Miles City Bucking Horse Sale is back, featuring one of the largest one-day matched bronc riding events presented by True Vet Solutions. Join us on Sunday, May 17th for a PRCA-sanctioned spectacle where over 30 elite bronc riders compete for a massive $75,000 purse in honor of the 75th Annual Miles City Bucking Horse Sale. Visit buckinghorsesale.com for schedule and tickets. The world-famous Miles City Bucking Horse Sale, where the spirit of the West comes alive.
Horn flies can take a bite out of your cattle's performance. These pests feed on cattle up to 30 times a day, stressing animals and cutting into profits. Fight back. SmartLick Supplements low moisture blocks, available with Altosid or Clarify, help break the horn fly life cycle. Less fly pressure means cattle can spend more time grazing and growing. Take control of fly problems this season. Visit smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
Corpus Christi, a big show down in southern Texas, and a Texas bareback rider wins it. Rocker Steiner, the reigning champ of the world. Boy, what a payday he had down there. In the steer wrestling, Cash Robb from Utah and Gavin Swallow from Louisiana split the title. Team ropers Bry Kreitz from Oklahoma, Ross Ashford from Texas move into the number 6 spot in the race for the world title. In the saddle bronc riding, there's Chase Brooks, Deer Lodge, Montana. He missed the national finals rodeo the last couple of years. He's well within the top 10 in the world standings right now. And so is Riley Webb, the 3-time world champion tie-down roper. He wins Corpus Christi. In the barrel race, Stephanie Fryer from Texas wins the barrel race. In the breakaway roping, Cheyenne McCartney from Oklahoma. She roped 2 calves in 3.9 seconds, a total, to win that. And in the bull riding, we have quite a story going on in the Resist All Rookie of the Year race. Noah Lee from Texas, the son of Mike Lee, a PBR world champion. He's number 1 in the rookie race in the bull riding standings. He wins Corpus Christi. Hope you had a great Mother's Day. On the Rodeo Road Show, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
A little closer to home in the rodeo world, and a big thanks to the Basin Republican Rustler letting us know that Sheridan College junior Jake Schlappman, who, by the way, is a graduate of Grable High School 2023, he just was named Central Rocky Mountain Region champion in saddle bronc riding. Scored 180 points recently, and what a month of April he had. Sheridan College junior Jake Schlappman, 2023 graduate of Grable High School, and way to go, man. He's saddle bronc riding champ, and it won't be long, I'll bet, before you start hearing about him in recaps and programs like the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow. He's I don't know if he is already turned pro. That's the unique thing about rodeo. You can be a college rodeo participant and rodeoing for your college school on a club level or official sports level. And you could also be making money. You could also be have your PRCA card. and you could be making money at rodeos as well. It's kind of like college rodeo version of NIL, getting paid to play, college sports in a way. So way to go, Jake. Bronc riding champ. We got lots more coming up next hour. More guests for our final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show. It's going to look like this. Dale Killingback will be on, a Cowboy State Daily journalist. Mac Watson, always fun to talk with him, recap the weekend. I just don't feel right like I just like every Monday to start off the week with a chat with Mac to just kind of regurgitate what happened over the weekend. And Julian Paredes will be on with AAA, and we'll talk about gas prices, and they're just going bonkers. They're up again. What does gas prices look like compared to this time last year? You will cry when we drop some numbers on you. It's just so sad. It's not right. In other news that we're going to talk about as well next hour, there are 5 book publishers now and a best-selling novelist all accusing Meta of stealing their work in order to help train AI models. This whole ChatGPT, there's a lot of book publishers that have filed a lawsuit, class action suit. Many authors worried that their stuff is being ripped off by ChatGPT and other AI type stuff. Things that comb the internet and go look for things. That's going to be a big issue moving forward in the new future we have created with AI. 3 hours down, 1 to go. Monday, Cowboy State Daily Show. Thanks for spending it with us. We got to stop here for local radio affiliates to play their news. We'll spin ours. I'll see you in 6 minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The proposed 5,600 worker man camp south of Cheyenne would be larger than 84 Wyoming towns. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that notices were mailed to more than 200 landowners, describing it as, quote, a secure, temporary workforce housing campus supporting large-scale infrastructure projects.
If you talk to people with Laramie County who are thinking about this, they're planning for it, they're seeing that, look, all these workers are coming and we need a place to put them. And in the words of one person I talked to, we need housing yesterday. You talk to the city and Mayor Collins told me, it's maybe not that urgent, but the people certainly are coming.
Notices were mailed March 25th to more than 200 landowners within a mile of the proposed man camp site. Some residents have reacted with alarm to the size and potential impacts of such a large man camp, including increased crime. New leads could help crack the 25-year-old murder of a Casper man who was beaten, run over, and left to die in a Wyoming roller skating rink parking lot. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the man's sister says, quote, Danny's death destroyed our family and somebody knows something.
Authorities say somebody has come forward with new information that they find promising. Danny's family has been devastated by his murder and the lack of answers, and you can't understate the generational trauma this family has suffered as a result of not having answers. The family's optimistic that finally this might be the break this case needed.
Ryan Cox, commander at the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, who also oversees the agency's cold case team, tells Cowboy State Daily that despite the years that have passed since he was killed, Danny's case is an open and active investigation. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. As the weather and temps improve, motorcyclists are getting out on the roads. Be sure to do your part, share the road, and keep everyone safe. Look twice. Save a life. This has been a safe driving reminder from the Wyoming Department.
This for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Out here, it's not just about the ride. It's about the grit behind it. The early mornings, the hard miles, and the legacy we carry forward. Our job is to protect what you built. Our focus is your goals. With our tools, your family can manage the land and the finances for generations to come. Powers Land Brokerage, working ranches since the 1880s. Please visit powerslandbrokerage.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming U.S. Attorney Darren Smith is set for a U.S. Senate confirmation vote Monday as a controversy heats up over allegations that he prejudiced a grand jury. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 8 defendants are now challenging to dismiss their cases, including one for first-degree murder.
They're saying that Darren Smith, the top federal prosecutor for Wyoming, was calling defendants murderers, talking about the cases being slam dunks, saying they did what they're accused of. The prosecutor's office on Friday fired back, saying, okay, some of this commentary was ill-advised, but it's not so severe that it prejudiced these grand jury proceedings and sacrificed these cases.
President Trump nominated Smith, whose official confirmation vote is set for Monday in the U.S. Senate. After winter essentially didn't come to Wyoming, there are concerns that the 2026 fire season could be like 1988 all over again. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Greater Yellowstone Fire Action Network says it's spooky.
A lot of people are starting to say that a lot of the conditions that led up to that we're seeing again, and particularly after this winter. So you kind of have this perfect storm of all these beetle-killed trees everywhere and a winter that really wasn't a winter. And a lot of people are kind of gritting their teeth.
Back in the fall of 1988 was when Yellowstone National Park and the surrounding areas went up in flames. More than a third of the park, over 793,000 acres, became a hellscape, and in some nearby communities, the pall was so thick it was difficult to see across the street. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
And we're back on a Monday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Dale Killingbeck joins us. We're going to talk about a few of his stories that popped over the weekend. How about, what does John Wald know about mining anyway? A lot.
A lot, yeah. He was an incredibly accomplished businessman, entrepreneur, geologist. Digging into his story was just, to me, very interesting.
Digging into his story.
Yeah.
Dale.
No pun intended. But I'll take it anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a while ago. The career of John Wald. Peter, his son, I guess, was a good source of intel. He's just 78.
Yeah. Yeah, John Wald came to Wyoming in, I think it was 1950. Cool story about him coming here. It was during the blizzard of 49. That's 1950 is when he started his business, but came in 49 during all the blizzards that were happening. You know, and the only day is his son, Peter, told me that when he came here, they had to stop in Denver overnight because the road was I-25, or it wasn't I-25 back then, but whatever the road was closed. And so the only day it opened was the next day, and he only had money for one hotel stay. And so
they they got out of Denver, got to Casper, and the road was closed for the next 2 weeks. But after he got here, he definitely made his mark. First, in recognizing all the coal deposits up to the north in Campbell County, and collaborated with Peabody Coal and consolidated in those rich coal deposits, was associated with that and the mining that ensued after that, and then got involved in uranium mining. And a really cool story there is how his son told me he didn't come up with this idea, but he did it on a massive scale all across Wyoming, New Mexico, and Texas. They took paper cups and they put this little piece of film at the bottom of a paper cup and they'd bury it. They put, like hundreds of paper cups over acres, and then they'd bury them and leave them there for a few days and then go back and see and pull them all up and then see if the film was impacted by radiation that was in the ground. That's how they knew that there could be uranium down there. And so they did that, in Texas, and that led to his doing that led to, in Texas, they found he had all these lands that were supposed to be for uranium, but he was contacted by all these people that wanted to get talc because that was associated, I guess, with uranium in the ground. So that led to a big talc mine that he started back in the day. So just like he came up with a process to mine the material. Now my mind's going blank, over in southwest Wyoming, and liquefying that, and that became like a standard for the industry. So just was involved in many, many different mining operations during his career.
Yeah, and this wasn't that long ago, Dale, where wasn't the mining industry pretty good at doing what it did, or was this fledgling stages of mining? What was John Wald really coming up with revolutionary new ways to mine?
Well, in mining the bentonite, that's what I'm trying to think of.
Bentonite, yeah.
Yeah, he came up with 2 patents that were used to do that, and he wanted to do a mine, but I guess that actually didn't work out. But the technology that he came up with, I guess, was adopted by other companies. So yeah, he came up with stuff, and his son told me he was really good at chemistry, he was good at geology, and he was very good at economics. So he could tell, when something was going to work and when it wasn't going to work. And he knew when to get out of something, when it was going to be a bad business thing to stay in it. So apparently, he was just somebody that just had, a big context of minerals, economics, and all that kind of stuff, and helped advance Wyoming. Also was a politician, served as a representative in Congress, was the first geologist in Congress, got a mining act passed while he was there in her first term, ran for Senate 2 different times, but he lost those races. And then he dedicated himself at one point to philanthropy, and that still goes on. In later years, he developed a problem with his eyes, and he donated some big money to a university out in Oregon, and that research is helping to get that disease. It's not glaucoma. My mind is not good this morning, Jake.
No, that's all right. Yeah, he's just like a real Renaissance man. The geologist background, obviously mining, but a lot of things. The political world. Not too many people are hanging out with Dick Nixon there. Nice photo, K2 NBC. I love that. That's a great shot.
Yeah, it's definitely was somebody that made an impact nationally, in many ways, and in the state itself. And what was cool about him too is he lived to be 100 years old, and his son was telling me that, he's 90 years old. He lived here in Casper. He's 90 years old, and it'd be the winter time, and his children would tell him, "Dad, don't run." And he's running down the street at 90 years old, and he can't see real well, but he's still running down the street to get his exercise in. Said he'd be doing leg lifts in bed. He was a former hockey player in college, played hockey, in Casper in his middle age. helped get the ice rink started here in town. So he just was involved in so many things.
And got here, arrived during the blizzard of 49. So yeah, Winter and him, no strangers.
No
Perfect.
problem with Winter, yeah.
Just when you think you've run out of people that you could possibly feature, Dale, like here's another guy that, maybe you didn't know of, John Wold. What a interesting guy. What an interesting story. Let's go to Casper, the Casper tattoo artist that thought she beat cancer, but it's back. Nellie Brown.
Yeah, Nellie is battling a resurgence of the cancer that she had. And what's interesting about that is that I did a story about another person, that Deanna Cotton, that had ALS. And Deanna, when she was in hospice, she is now out of hospice and on extended life care. But she had a tattoo done by Nellie, had just had chemotherapy for her first cancer. And she was sick that day, but she goes to Deanna's hospice room and gives her a tattoo because that was on Deanna's bucket list. And now Deanna is involved in helping Nellie, as she's facing this other round of cancer. So it's like two people with death sentences basically helping one another face the future.
I remember that story you did, and now it's come full circle for you. These two stories, this is the Venn diagram where they intersect. Very interesting. Learn more about Nellie Brown and her tattoo shop, Rising Above. She continues to work.
Yeah, she continues to work. She says she's facing chemotherapy probably this week. She's going to chemo, but she wants to, she figures that once she gets it figured out, maybe, 2 weeks, the last part of the month after the chemo, she might be able to work. But she says that her tattoo shop is like, she feels like it's her soul. It's her way, not just to give people tattoos, but to help people, support people. It's more of a support thing as well as giving people a tattoo.
One more story from Dale Killingback. We've been following this story of the worker, elder care worker that involved a person that was tied to the bed, or their head was tied down to the bed. What's the latest in this? The judge says there was a deal worked out by the attorneys, but the judge worries the punishment might not be enough.
Yeah, she returned to court this past week and entered a plea deal where she's going to get 4 to 6 years in prison suspended and get a 3-year probation term. And the judge was questioning that. She said that she didn't know that, if that was appropriate. So she's going to wait for the pre-sentence investigation to determine that. But the prosecutor talked about the fact that the guardian for this woman whose hair she tied to the bed didn't want her to be prosecuted, knew her, and that she had a record at the facility prior to that was good. So, but the judge was still skeptical. So we'll see what happens when she returns to court, whether the judge decides to accept that or not once the pre-sentence investigation is done.
Yeah, this is going on in Natrona County. Judge Catherine Wilking believes maybe the deal worked out by the attorneys is, quote, too light. But thanks for the follow-up on this story, Dale. I know you've been with it for quite a while. How's the week go? How was your weekend?
Hey, it was great. It was a beautiful weekend here in Casper.
Wasn't it? Yeah, you're going to be super warm. I can't believe how warm it's going to be over the next couple of days with maybe a cool down this weekend. All right.
Yeah, they're saying 80s, so.
80s on May 11th. All right. Thanks so much, Dale.
Hey, have a great one.
Yeah, you too. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Dale Killingback. Couple of stories out of him over the weekend, introducing us to John Wold through his son Peter, who's got probably story after story to tell about his dad, whether it's in mining, some of the early mining technology breakthroughs, or politics. John Wold was dabbling in a lot, involved in a lot of things. What a legend of Wyoming. Died at the age of 100, revolutionized the way our nation extracts minerals today, says U.S. Senator John Barrasso, once dubbed the state's man of the century, and arrived during a blizzard. That'll test your mettle, right? That'll harden you. You first set foot in Wyoming during the blizzard of 49, and where can you go from there but up? Yeah. And then the tattoo artist. Hey, we're thinking of you and rooting for you. Tattoo artist Nellie Brown, who thought she had beat cancer. It's returned. No reason we can't beat it again. She continues to work at the tattoo shop as she undergoes chemo treatments. Dale Killingback with those stories and more. And Mac Watson will be in next. We'll discuss what happened over the weekend right after these words.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's a Monday Cowboy State Daily Show, so every Monday we like to check in with Mac Watson and ask how the weekend went. How'd the weekend go?
Oh, well, yesterday, Mother's Day. Hopefully, if you got a mom, you called your mom kind of thing. So my mom is very New England, very sarcastic, very, oh, hello, how are you? That kind of thing. So I called her and I said, hey, happy Mother's Day. She goes, oh, did you remember you had a mother?
Ooh.
Oh, boy, here we go. Okay, all right. Get ready for the Irish Catholic guilt trip. Okay, what's wrong now?
I was just going to say that's the Catholic guilt trip right there.
Yep, the Irish Catholic guilt trip. Here we come. Well, you could call other times besides just Mother's Day, It's like, oh, geez. And that brought up a great question. That kind of spurred this conversation. How much as a grown man do you tell your parents? How much of your life do you actually fill them in on? Because my sister lives like 2.5 miles from my mother. So they know everything about each other's lives, right? I barely don't want to talk to my mom about anything because it all comes down to, are you sure you made the right decision? Oh. Well, I don't agree with that. You know, it really got me thinking, and I talked to my wife about it. Like, how much as an adult do you owe your parents about your life anymore? And I know there's this big controversy online. I've seen it a couple times now. More and more adult children are severing ties with their immediate family.
Ooh.
Not like their husband or their children, but like their mother, their uncles, their aunt, you know, whomever. And it's this whole big debate online of do you cut people out of your life that don't bring you joy or guilt trip you or whatever? And I'm not going to do that to my mom, but at the same time, I'm not. If you keep guilt tripping me to call you, guess what's not going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to call you just to say hello, you know?
Fulfilling prophecy.
There you go. There you go. So again, you know, I wished my mom a happy Mother's Day. You know, we caught up, you know, a little bit, but there are just certain, you know, I'm not going to go into the day by day or the blow by blow of everything because I know what it'll get me. So.
Yeah. Well, each case is different. Everybody's different, that relationship. But for the most part, when we leave home, you know, leave the nest, college years, that's like a soft severing of ties. You're not going to keep mom updated on what you're doing at college. But then, you know, eventually you start to swing back and the phone calls become more frequent. Wouldn't you think? As you start to sense, okay, I see why mom did that. You know what? She was probably right.
Right.
And then you do the relationship kind of comes back. Also, when you're sensing, you know, you're not going to have your mom and dad forever.
Right. And then of course, the you know, if you had a contentious relationship with your dad, maybe as you get older, you finally realize why he was so hard on you. Or I remember my mom and my sister were just, I mean, they fought like cats and dogs until my sister was about 25. And now they're almost inseparable, you know? Yeah. So, you know, it kind of comes around. And that's why with my daughter, I don't pry, I don't demand, I don't ask. I want her to come to me. But I also don't, you know, I never say, you know, well, not in my house, or you'll never. That only pushes them to do what you don't want to do. So when my daughter said, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back, I'm like, let me get your stuff. Hold on. Let me help you pack. Go. Fall down on your face, fail as many times as you need to. Because my parents were so, oh, you better not. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, don't do that. That I was scared to death to leave the house. You know, I'm 22 and I'm like, oh, the world is not a good place. I don't want to leave this place, you know, kind of thing. So it's very interesting how Mother's Day, you know, just brings up all this stuff, you know, but, you know, again, moms are great. Moms are wonderful. Moms do so much, unless they're my mother, you know, that you should, more than just one day out of the year, you should say, thank you, I love you, that kind of thing. So,
yeah, well, Hallmark reminds us once a year that we
very true.
Need to get on it, but yeah, hopefully.
Very true. Hey, did you see that article in Cowboy State Daily? Of course you did. It's your job. Did you read that article?
Yes.
It's not looking good up here in Park County. The conditions from 1988 and the fires from 1988, they say they are mimicking the same circumstances that we saw in 88 now. Well, my wife grew up in Cody. She remembers what happened, and she remembers the fires and the smoke being so thick the kids couldn't play outside. They had indoor gym for months. There was ash everywhere on the street, on your car, you know, on the ground. I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see fires like that ever again, around here. But some people are saying and Mark Hines, our outdoors reporter, does a great job and knows so many different people. With the beetle infestation, you've got all these dead trees just standing there, just waiting to go up. They're tinderbox, and we didn't really have a winter. So you've got all these factors that, one lightning strike, oh crap, I don't want to see that at all. So it's got people around town kind of like, gritting their teeth and wondering what's going to happen.
I know it was no winter. So then you think, all right, that means we'll swing back and get a real soggy, cool spring. But Cody, 83 today.
Yeah.
Sunny skies with the wind. 83 on May 11th.
Already. Yeah. So, again, I don't know. I don't know the whole circumstance, but from what my wife tells me and what she remembers, it was devastating. It was devastating in the park. It went outside of the park to other places. I don't wish that on anybody. I really don't. And my father-in-law has survived wildfires, and they're so indiscriminate. The place down the road burned to the ground. Your place is fine. Why? It's indiscriminate, and you can't predict what the fire will do. So again, I don't wish that on anybody.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a real scary fire season.
Oh yeah, I mean it's dry everywhere. We're in a lot of places in Wyoming. We're in severe drought. It's serious, and you get those hot, the hot winds blowing across, and just one spark, one fire, one little whatever, and suddenly we're in trouble.
Yeah, and the littlest thing could start it. I mean, maybe natural cause with lightning. You get a little dry lightning storm, but there's just so many people in the backcountry, whether your trailer chains are dragging or that campfire, any little thing, man.
Well, I'll tell you this. Irrigation ditches, it's that time of year, irrigation ditches. So I was burning irrigation ditches with my wife and my father-in-law like 10 years ago. And we burned it all the way to the property line, and we thought we put it out. We go in for lunch. We come out half hour later, and it is spread. It is reignited and spread down to the other side of the property line. And we had to call the neighbor, who luckily had one of those big containers on the back of a, side by side.
Yeah.
And he helped put it out. But again, you cannot be too careful when it comes to, burning ditches, fire, that kind of stuff. So just a PSA to everybody. Make sure that fire is cold out.
All right, Mac. Now you got us all scared.
I'm being cautious. I'm being overly cautious. How's that?
That's good.
I'm not panicking yet.
All right.
Yeah.
What else in the news cycle is of interest?
Speaking of Yellowstone, this may be the worst tourist season ever. And we're only 2 weeks in. We've already had a mauling.
Oh, yeah.
We've already had those two brothers who were mauled. Then you have the story of a bison and a wolf are fighting over, a grizzly bear and a wolf are fighting over a bison carcass. And the park rangers are doing their job in telling people, hey, move back, give them space. And people are yelling at the park rangers to go take a hike. What? These people are trying to protect you from your own idiocy. And then we've got another story of a guy 5 feet away from a black bear trying to get that perfect shot, trying to get that right up close, and people are, dude, what are you doing? And he's like, leave me alone. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I saw that.
I swear, man, we're going to have more idiocy. We're going to get some gorings. We're going to get some more maulings. We're going to get, these people don't understand what they're dealing with. Come on.
Here's a photo, and I don't get the feeling that it's, the lens creates a situation where he looks closer than he is. He looks very close, man.
Yes.
Well, this is how we weed out the gene pool.
It's very Darwinian. You're right. It's very, but again, you don't want to see it happen. But at the same time, it's like, how do you stop people from getting out of their own way? You know what I mean? How do
Yeah.
you stop people from being idiots because, oh, let me go pet the fluffy cows? No, do not get near the fluffy cows, for God's sake. So,
I mean, well, it's hard. I think when the word is getting out there, I mean, you cannot get into the park without getting the pamphlet, the brochure that tells you, oh, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this.
Right.
We're trying.
But I mean, I don't want to see somebody going, well, I didn't know.
Yeah.
No. Well, nobody told me I should have. Oh, come on.
No, these are people who are, I think they're taking these calculated risks because it's all about them and their selfie. I don't think anybody's going to come with, well, I didn't know. Oh, that doesn't wash anymore. No.
Right. The park rangers do a fabulous job at telling you at the entrance when you're inside, signs everywhere. But I mean, what do you, it's like that, what is that progressive commercial and that guy saying people becoming their parents kind of thing? What are you going to need that progressive guy to walk with you everywhere?
Right.
Nope, we're not touching that. Nope. Get away from that.
I love that commercial. I love that series.
Oh, they're
so
great.
Funny.
They're great. And you know what? They are so accurate.
Yeah.
They are so accurate down to, no, we're not going to leave a note. We're not going to leave it. Yeah, but there's parking around the back. Nope, we're not going to leave a note. Let's go.
Right. And whether you say, oh, those are so right on because you know someone who does that, like your dad or whatever, or you find yourself starting to do that.
Yep.
They really hit home. Like they're right on. You know what?
Exactly.
You know what my new guilty pleasure is online? I can't stop watching it. Is the girl with Tourette's. Balin Out Loud. You gotta get into this.
What does she do?
She has Tourette's. She has Tourette's syndrome. She has her own TV. She's now in the 3rd season of a TV. Okay. I watch her online though, and she's someone who has embraced her condition, Tourette's, and just works with it and shows herself as just a regular person with Tourette's. And she just got married. The boyfriend, God bless him, he has such patience. She goes through the whole tics and she'll blurt out things that, the boyfriend, there's no way you would, and he's just so patient with her. It's fascinating.
Does she curse? Is it like a whole string of curse words?
There is cursing, but not as much as I thought. I thought Tourette's was like the blurred again, and it was almost all curse. Not necessarily. Yeah. No, she'll tick and she'll just blurt out things that she might have been watching a movie, and she'll do like a little segment of a quote from the movie or whatever. It's just fascinating. I mean, it's all, I don't watch it, I watch it for the train wreck, definitely, but I'm learning more about Tourette's and how people, you can live with it. She's so funny. Balin Out Loud.
What's the draw though? I mean, what makes her interesting? Is it the predicament she's in? Is it the stuff she says? What's the draw?
I'm just fascinated whether she is aware of that she does. She'll do things like she'll do a segment where she bakes a cake or something with like every influencer. Oh, we're gonna bake a cake today, and then she'll tick out into something, and you'll be like, did she know she just did that? And she does. She goes, sorry, she's aware that she's doing it. I don't know. It's just. I don't.
Is it a good thing though? Is it a good thing that in our society we watch people, I don't know how to say it, but you know where I'm going.
Yeah, you watch.
Because usually back in the day, it would be called exploitative.
Yes. You to view for the crash and burn, if that's what you're looking for. If you're watching hockey for the fights, if you're rubbernecking the car wreck, I get it. But I don't know.
But obviously somebody greenlit this project, and so she's got a series.
I mean, it's of all the crap that's on TV, from Big Brother to all those shows where they marry somebody off, a bachelor. Yep. I mean, they're all disgusting. But this one, as long as it's cool with her parents and her, she's a functioning regular person. She just wants to give awareness to Tourette's, which I didn't know half the stuff about it. Do I watch it for the information or the entertainment? the entertainment first, but the info comes along, and
Yeah.
I'm fascinated. I'm like I'm her new fan.
I mean, it's great that we've got more awareness of stuff. I mean, we're not putting Rose Kennedy in the closet, literally. We've got Special Olympics. We've got people with disabilities. They're not disabled. They're, we have different terms and stuff. But when does it cross that line where you're like, I don't know, man. Like I'm not sure why they're doing this or where's the heart in this. You know what I mean? So I'm glad you're enjoying it. I would be very, very kind of like, should I be watching this? Is that like, what if I laugh at something?
Right. Oh,
that
you'll
was
laugh.
funny.
You'll laugh, and everybody
What, am I
around
laughing at her.
Her parents laugh. You just accept it. It is. I don't know. That's why I said it's my new guilty pleasure. And where do you draw the line? I draw it at Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. That's where I draw the line.
Okay.
But what is suddenly inappropriate TV? Like,
right.
Oh man,
Well,
do we really need this?
Well, we've got a story on the website. I think it was published or posted yesterday.
Yeah.
There is a story about a Wyoming artist who is chasing freedom in a van with his girlfriend and welding equipment.
I saw the headline, but I didn't get farther than that. What is this all about? Who wrote it? I'm
Colby Fedor, one of our great new reporters.
Awesome.
So this guy is from Lander. His name is Jake. He basically flatlined, drowned when he was 14 years old in a body of water, ironically named Lucky Pond. His brother found him, dragged him out. They resuscitated him. And then he spent some time at the ranch for wayward boys, slept in vehicles. Well, he was just lost.
Yeah.
Part of me wants to say, hey, man, I'm glad you're back. You do you. The other part of me is like, that's really effed up. You really need some help. Why are you living in a van? You know what I mean? I'm conflicted.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad he's alive. I'm sorry he had to go to the ranch. He sounds like he had a really hard time with drugs. But what is he going to do? You know what I mean? Like my dad's voice is in my ear. He's not a productive member of society. He doesn't have a home, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wonder how far down the road we get to normalizing different behavior. I mean, I hate to say this. Would I want my son to live like him? No. If he wants to be an artist, fine. But at least, make a living, produce in society. This guy just sounds like a lost soul. He really does. And Colby's a great writer, and she did a great job with this story. But this guy is now 22 years old. He's in a battered 1987 Volkswagen van with his girlfriend that he met in Oregon while they were both living out of vehicles. Part of me knows how this story ends, and the other part of me wants the happy ending. Put it to you that way.
It sounds
Does that
very...
sound too judgmental? I mean, I sound like an old man, don't I? I sound like my old man, don't I?
It sounds very Oregon, that's for sure. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The older we get, the more. But you know what, Colby? These stories where people are not black and white. They're not two-dimensional. True. People are 3D. There's all different shades of people. And if you're going to take some of the good, then you got to take some of the bad. And
you hope for the triumphant story, right?
Yeah.
America loves a redemption story. Americans, we love the guy gets kicked down, beaten down, rises above, becomes, whomever. But those stories are few and far between. I mean, we all know people in our lives that maybe family members that, just can't get their act together. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I wish this guy all the best, but I would rather see him in kind of like not living in a van and kind of in a 12-step program, if that makes sense.
Yeah. He's not the old man in the van down by the river. Jake Kaufman's still young, 22, and probably...
True. That's true, too.
He's got a lot to learn, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, great story highlighting Jake Kaufman from Colby Fedor. All right, we're going to talk gas prices next with Julian Paredes. A lot of questions. Why does gas go up so fast and come down so slow? We'll start with that one. Thanks, Mac.
Have a great week.
You too.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
All right, final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with our final guest. And of course, we saved the best for last. Julian Paredes is with us, spokesperson for AAA Mountain West Group. We're going to talk gas prices, fuel prices, and Julian, I don't want to kill the messenger. If any time I direct my angst at having to pay what I'm paying to fill up, if I direct it at you, it's just because I need somebody to yell at.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand.
Oh, my goodness. I think we can all figure out the why of some of it, what is driving what we're seeing now at the pump, the pain at the pump. Holy cow. Tensions in the Middle East, instability in the oil market. That's the driver in no end in sight right now. Is that what does it? I mean, Wall Street gets real nervous when you've got wars and the Strait of Hormuz is closed and etc.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest factor going on right now. So like anytime you have, major conflicts between oil producing nations, it's going to have a really big impact on the oil market. And, for the last few months, we've seen the oil market go up and down, and that's setting global gas prices really high right now.
Yeah. What we've seen cause spikes in what we pay for fuel are events like a hurricane in the Gulf and knocks a refinery offline. Compared to that, what is this Iranian war? This is like times 10.
Yeah, well, the thing about, something like a refinery going down because of a hurricane, that's very regional. The big thing about this, the Strait of Hormuz and this conflict in Iran, it really is global. It's for as much as gas prices have gone up, in Wyoming. They've gone up across the U.S. They've really gone up across the world. And that's the big thing about the oil market is it's global. So whatever happens there, it's going to affect pretty much everybody.
And even though the news today, and you have to check like every day, every week, every day, what's the news? What's the word out of the White House? The Iranian war is over, end in sight, ceasefire or not. Today it's not. Even if this conflict was resolved tomorrow, how fast could we see that reflected at Exxon, at Sinclair, at the gas stations? Probably not. The gas prices go up fast. They don't come down as fast.
No, they don't, unfortunately. So even if this conflict, everything settled down right now, things wouldn't be going back to normal, right overnight. Problem is there's a huge backlog of ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So even if that gets cleared up, they all have to get out of there. There's potentially damage to oil infrastructure that we don't even know about. There's a lot has happened in the last 2 months, and it's really, we got to unpack everything that's happening. But, long-term stability in the oil market, if that happens, that it will be the best thing for gas prices, just like some long-term stability, and then gas prices should start coming down.
Julian is with us, AAA Mountain West Group. They've got some nearing 7 million members across Alaska, Arizona, Montana, Nevada, Northern California, Utah, and Wyoming. Who is feeling it the worst of the area that you are concentrating on? I know Arizona, boy, they're if you're filling up in Phoenix, obviously California. I want to think Wyoming, it's crazy, but who is seeing like the most outrageous prices right now?
Well, California easily has the most expensive gas in the country. For as much as gas has gone up in Wyoming, it's about $6.15 in California for a gallon.
Oh.
So yeah, that really hurts. But the thing about gas prices, it's kind of a fixed expense for pretty much everybody. People got to go to work, got to go to school, got to go get groceries. So the more money you're spending on gas, that's less money that you're spending on pretty much else. So it really does touch pretty much everybody.
I don't know if AAA, your organization, would be involved in this, but are you noticing, the service industry that relies on filling up a lot? And I think of, whether it's Uber or, DoorDash or even anybody who has to drive. Are we seeing surcharges being applied? I remember, the last time we saw a spike in fuel prices, that was getting passed along to the end consumer sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but, surcharges are something that's happened in the past a lot. We saw record high gas prices in 2022. And, people were doing surcharges on DoorDash and things like that. It really does trickle down to everything. Airlines are already boosting airfare because, jet fuel prices are infected just as much as gas. The oil industry really just touches on anybody. So for as much as gas prices have gone up, it really does affect pretty much everything that relies on gas and diesel and everything like that.
Yeah, and this Iran conflict doesn't look like there's going to be any solution anytime soon. Global influence, right at a time when the market forces that usually show up on the big tote board outside the gas station are supply and demand, and we're getting into the summer season where demand starts to increase, right, Julian? I mean, we're all driving a little more in summer. Can we see spikes in fuel no matter what every time we're in spring, summer?
Yeah, definitely. The thing about, gas prices, there's definitely a seasonality when it comes to them. So gas prices are typically at their cheapest during the wintertime, and they peak during the summer. So even if this conflict with Iran didn't happen, gas prices might be going up anyway, but they probably more than likely would not be the level they are right now. Like you mentioned, more people travel. A lot of people go on road trips right now. This is, we're right on the cusp of summer travel season when a lot of people are traveling, but we'll see how that all shakes out given that gas prices have gone up so much in just the last few weeks.
Is it pretty much tied directly to what we see going on? Like if I look up right now, price of crude oil per barrel, when that rises, so does what I pay at the pump pretty much. Are they in direct correlation?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of factors like, local supply and demand, but easily the biggest factor is the cost of oil. So if that's probably the biggest tell for gas prices, like where they're going to go up or down. If you watch the cost for a barrel of oil, if it's going up, gas prices are more than likely going to go up. But if they start going down consistently, that's a really great sign for gas prices. That's easily the biggest tell for the direction of gas prices are going to go.
Well, I'm not on the floor of Wall Street. I'm not a speculator, but I am a speculator like when I have to decide when to fuel up. Obviously, when I'm on E, I got to go no matter what. But I do keep an eye, as I get half tank, quarter tank, I'm keeping an eye on what I see prices. When is a good time to fill up? When I like to see like if it goes down or if it's remained the same for a while. I'm playing a guessing game. Like, I guess it won't go down further. It'll probably only go up. And now's the time I should fuel. Is there any way to make sense of it when I should go fill up?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a really good trick, a specific day when gas prices are cheaper. But one thing people can do is use apps on their phone to compare gas stations. So, obviously gas stations vary a lot. An app on your phone can tell you like this gas station's really cheap, this gas station's really expensive. So you could shop around a little bit and make sure you're getting the cheapest gas station and avoid the expensive ones. If you need to get gas, go get gas. You don't want to be hanging out on empty, just hoping that the next gas station is going to be cheaper. Get gas, but there are ways to compare so you could find the cheap ones.
Yeah, if you find Dad walking alongside the highway with his gas can headed for the station, he was probably saying, I swear I was going to go down. I was waiting for it to go down in a couple of days. Is there a good day of the week? Sometimes people buy a flight, you're looking for the best deal on a flight somewhere, and folks will swear by a certain day. Are Sundays a day of the week to fill up where it might be the cheapest, or not really, Julian?
No, it's up to, it's kind of at the discretion of like the gas station owner to set the gas prices. They can change it pretty much whenever they want. But there are things people can do to save on gas, little things like changing driving habits, slowing down, making sure your tires are properly inflated. You could do that any day of the week, and that will actually help your fuel economy out a little bit.
I noticed that my tire people, and now that you mention it, they like to, for me, and I don't know if this is true for everybody, they like to underinflate me a little bit because I'm in a pickup truck, and I think they think it gives me a better ride, over the bumps and potholes and whatnot. But I'd rather be up there, the suggested what's on the door jam, because if you're properly inflated, you're going to be getting better fuel mileage.
Yeah, definitely. There might be some benefit to underinflating. You might get a little bit more traction. But if the biggest concern right now is gas prices and fuel economy, for like it is for a lot of people, make sure your tires are properly inflated. Like you want to stick to whatever your car manufacturer recommends. That, those recommendations are there to maximize your fuel economy, to maximize maintenance. So right now it's probably really smart to stick to what your car manufacturer recommends.
Julian Paredes is with AAA Mountain West Group. A couple more things. In Wyoming, we have pretty high, I think like second or third highest overall speed limits. Nobody beats Texas. Texas, they're going 90 miles an hour. But in Wyoming, we got 80 miles an hour on the interstate. Some people, though, choose not to go that fast because the difference between, I think, doing 65 or doing 80 miles an hour, the difference between 55 and 65, are those huge jumps in how much fuel you're consuming?
Yeah, absolutely. It might actually be one of the single best things you could be doing to maximize your fuel economy is just slowing down.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're going to, take a little bit of extra time to get to wherever you're going. But, I think that's a good trade if you want to save a little bit of money, especially if you drive a car that's already not great on fuel economy. Slowing down is a really great thing. It's one of the most important things you could be doing to maximize your fuel economy.
Well, other than just being aggravated and shaking our fist over the gas station, what else does AAA recommend as we head into the spring, summer season? We're all heading out somewhere, probably to the lake or on vacation. Any tips you can give us on the road?
Yeah, definitely. For as much as gas prices have gone up, there are still a couple of things that people do have control over. There are some reward programs. Like if you are a AAA member, you actually do get a discount at Shell Rewards gas stations. So that's something worth looking into. But slowing down, making sure your tires, your cars are properly maintained. Those are all little things that will add up to save as much money as possible, maximize your fuel economy. You want to do as much as you can right now just to get through this time, because gas prices are the most expensive they've been in the last 4 years.
A good friend of mine is doing AAA roadside assistance in Omaha, Nebraska, so it wouldn't be under one of your states, but it is. He tells me stories, and what a great service. I mean, what peace of mind to know, one phone call if you're stranded at the side of the road, that AAA will get there and come rescue you. Thank you, Julian.
Yeah, of course.
Have a great Monday.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday version. That's Julian Paredes with AAA and talking about fuel prices. I know, don't kill the messenger. Diesel especially. Golly. Diesel is so high. I hate it. I got a 1-ton truck that gets 15.5 miles per gallon. At least that's what my current MPG is doing. And the Kelley Blue Book on my pickup truck could double depending on whether it's filled up or not. If I got a full tank, you could double the Kelley Blue Book probably. Yeah, but it's painful, and we all, I don't know if any of us curtail what we do. We still have to drive. We still have to get places. We just gripe about it. But I don't know how much we adjust. I try to combine my trips. Like, I don't just run to the post office and come home. I'm going to go to the post office, the bank, do all the chores in one shot, because I'm trying to help myself out a little bit. Hey, thanks for spending time with us on this Monday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great Monday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Thanks for being here. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.